How do you know that I didn't already do it, Rick? You can't see me. Actually, I don't have them on yet. Let me say hi real quick. What's up, everybody? Okay. Monday stream. Oh, wake me up. I'm so tired, dude. I gotta do 6 hours of motion controls. This will be interesting. Dude, it's late. It's 8 p.m. I'm so tired. I don't know why. I didn't realize it until I had to go live. I was like, oh, I have to do commentary in like 5 minutes. I'm fucked. Damn, dude, it looks like we're actually so far in the game, but we're not. The game just starts you with a ridiculous amount of hearts for no reason. What's up, Brandon? I'm doing good, man. How are you? Let's get our purple lights going. I should probably get some water. Is the Wiimote gone? Yes, the Wiimote is gone. Here. Let's go into the game. I'll show you what it looks like now. Oh my god, I got 2 30-month resubs tonight? What is this, dude? This is insane.
Master, I have some important information that I'm certain you will want to hear. There is a 30-month resub from Marion.
Thank you, Justin. I saw it, buddy. You didn't have to tell me. Dude, Marin, thank you for 30 months! You absolute legend. I love you, Marin. Thank you for always being such a good friend. Always being there for me. And always supporting the shit out of me, dude. A modified Phi quote, by the way? Okay. Still can't decide if we're calling her Phi or Phi, so... yeah. I need to get some water because I'm stupid. Oh yeah, Pixel, look, there's no Wii remote on the screen anymore. Pixel is waiting for the giant Wiimote to be gone. It's finally gone. God, this game does not look great on my monitor. I'm not gonna lie. It looks not great. These Wii standard definition cables are not doing so hot anymore. Looks very blurry. This is not the ideal way to play this game. I should play it on my CRT, but the 4x3 mode is like really bad. It just has really big black bars at the top and bottom. So yeah, this game's a little blurry. It looks better on stream than it does on my monitor. And even on stream, it looks maybe a little blurry. Alright, well, let me get some water really quick. It'll take me 2 seconds. The bot. What about the bot? It's on. Oh, the bot's unsubbed. I hate my fucking bot. Buying it a sub every month is so annoying. Oh, dude, I could just buy it a year of sub. I forgot you can do that now. Let's buy it 3 months. So I don't have to do this for a while. There, I'll just do that. $15 in the hole. Alright, 1 second. Yeah, I'm going under. That fit the 3 month sub to my bot is... I might not be able to pay rent now, guys. Yeah, I need money for my trip to Budapest. Alright, in this game we were... I think about to go to the second area. Oh, that's fucking cool that you can check that. 4 hours and 47 minutes. That's neat. I see the master thing now. Going to Australia to slap Traz? I would never. No, I was just joking. I don't need... I'm not going under in money on anything. Shit. I'm pretty sure we just have to go to the next area. That's our next move. Put me back. I'm not done. Is that what you wanted from me, John? Is that what you wanted from me, John? What's up, man? Put me back. I'm not finished. I don't even know how much money that is. Okay, so this is still synced up, it looks like. Oh, I do have a shield. Dude, I don't get this menu system very much at all. Release to select. Oh. Okay, I get it now. Didn't take long to figure out. Alright. Places to go, things to do. This was our first area that we went to. We would need to go to red now. I hope it's Fire Temple. We unlocked some treasure chests in some places. Let's go there. That would be to my bottom right. Or to my southeast. Can't pay the mods. You guys are getting paid? Shit, man, I didn't even know that. Who's paying you? That would be the fucking dream one day, dude. Be able to pay your mods. It'd be fucking awesome. You have to be making pretty big bucks to do that. Hello? Can I not land on it? How do... what? Oh. Okay. This is interesting. This is cool. I haven't checked out any of this shit. Yo, Gabriel, dude. Give me that mixer shout out. Hell yeah. Yo, how did the rest of No Delivery treat you, buddy? Thank you for the raid, Gabriel. I just landed on a little sky island. We're gonna check it out, see what's here. I couldn't beat it. Dude, it was fucking pretty tough, it seemed. The music in this game is really fucking good. Like, kind of falling in love with it. It sounds so much like Twilight to me. Gotta grind too much? Yeah, you gotta play fucking Scuffed Pac-Man for an hour and a half. Gabe, thank you for the raid, though. Seriously, man. Oh, shit. Here's the treasure chest. Put your sword away. Oh, that's really fucking cool, Marin. That would be a really cool thing to do. More inventory. Nice. I really like that, Marin. Maybe I'll steal that idea one day. Sure. Yeah, I think this is the first one that had full orchestra, so I really enjoy that. I think Shane said that last stream. What's up, Smithy? Also, Alma, what's up? Yeah, thank you for coming in and saying hi. I gotta wake up, boys. I'm sleepy today. Ooh. Oh, I see a heart piece up there already. Is that real or is it a decoration? The more I look at it, I think it's just a decoration. The lumpy pumpkin? Hey, Lunkus. I didn't think I'd see you here. But you're wondering what I'm doing here. And I don't know who you are, but sure. Man, I am really into bugs. That's why I'm out collecting insects. If you have a bug net, you should try catching some. You can pick one up at Beetle's air... Beetle has an air shop? Oh no, dude. The Pumpky Lumpkin. The Dumpy Blumpkin. How can I find out if those are real? Roll into the wall, I guess, but what wall? It's in the middle. Wait. Should visit the second floor viewing gallery. There's a sign about it. Which beetle, John? It's me, Poe! Oh, well, we're I can't use it. I was gonna say, we're talking about beetles. I have that little golden beetle item. Now accepting applications for workers to plow my fields. Oh. Oh yeah, Marin, mine did too, and I fucking lost it. I forgot about that disc. I don't know what happened to it. I was so mad because it was, like, beautiful. Yeah, I have no idea where it is. I just have the game now. You shouldn't open other people's cupboards without permission. Sorry. Yeah, I guess I can always listen to it on YouTube though, right? Give us the boy's toy, please. Boy's toy? Yeah, what are you doing? You have that gullible look that says you might take an old man's rambling seriously, so tell me, do you believe in the Skyloft monster? Yeah. I saw it. It's a demon, I tell you, but no one can say for sure because no one's seen it and lived to tell the tale. I saw it. Yes. I saw it, but I was able to escape by the seat of my pants. I was saved by my cat-like reflexes, I tell you. Any regular person wouldn't have lived long enough to scream. I was a beetle for 27 moons. Bamboo chopping game? No. Where do you do that at? There's a great big tree in the cemetery. I walked by that tree in the middle of the night and I saw it hit the gravestone nearest the tree. Hints. Okay, so go to the cemetery in the middle of the night. No. This. I want this down. Oh wait, what if we roll into that? Or does this have this coming off of it? Okay, it does. Oh, it's moving! It's a moving. Yo, what's up, J-Man? How you doing? It's getting there. This wall is so far away, though. Try next to the table. Like over here. Oh, shit! I'm so sorry, guys! Why would you do that? Get down and come here this instant. I need that heart piece. Sorry. Just one more. I really don't want to talk to you. Didn't you hear me the first time? Yeah, I fucking... Yes, I did. I don't want to listen to you again. You monster. Dude, I needed it. No, I already know about the gravestone. I don't want to hear this again. I feel like if I talk to him, he's gonna make me pay for it. Just look at what you've done. You broke my fancy custom ordered chandelier. Oh no. No. Okay, so, yep. Sorry. I'm just not doing it. Oh, come on! Yes, that's exactly what I thought. Fuck. Yes. I'm gonna hold you to it. Let's not waste any time putting you to work. I need to deliver my famous soup to Aegis, Skyloft's Knight Commander. Okay. Yes, I'm gonna have to now. Oh, sick. I'm never gonna come back then. Shane, fuck off. What's up, dude? Big follows. I got to ban a guy in Gabe's stream today. It was fun. The question Link must ask himself every day. Do I destroy this man's belongings and be a dickhead just to get an item? The answer is always yes, Smithy. I went to the website. Rick, you're getting a virus. Alright. Where's it at? It's over here to the right. You can buy 3 followers for $2? It's actually pretty shitty rates, dude. I don't know what good rates are for that sort of thing, because why would you ever fucking buy followers that aren't gonna actually beat your stream and shit? Why would you... I don't understand it, but... that seems, like, expensive. Oh, 200 for $2! Okay, that's insane. That's so dumb. Oh! Nice! Hell yeah. We got another heart already. No! Link, do it! $2 in identity fraud, yeah. They just need your social security number. You can get that much closer to not being partner because it doesn't up your view count at all. So what's the point? I mean, followers are less important than people think. Doesn't matter if you have a lot of followers if none of them hang out with you, you know? Clout? I guess. What if you had 20,000 followers but you had 3 viewers? Like... yeah, it does cost very little to do that. Makes sense. It's just so dumb. What's up, Jared? Yeah, it would definitely ruin smaller streamers. Dude, there's all these islands and shit, but I don't have anything at them yet. Yes, it is actually Fire Second. Okay, the game is keeping the Zelda formula. They didn't Wind Waker my ass. 10,000 viewers for $30? That's not sketchy at all. Yeah, it's way too easy to buy them. Yeah, Rick, you try to say, hey man, it's a good deal. You should maybe consider it. There's 6 of you on right now? 6 of me? I'm only running 1 stream. I can't watch everyone because fuck that. I love you, bud, and I'm gonna be lurking. Eat, cook. What? Eat, cook? Hi, Dan. Bean? Oh my god, dude. Alright, new area. Elden Volcano. Dan, thanks for saying hi. Yo, what's up, Narmator? How you doing? Alright. Lava Boy land. Volcano entry. Is there just a lot of people streaming tonight? Sorry, guys. I stream every Monday. I'm always streaming. Except for weekends, whenever I forget to stream on Saturday. I don't forget, I just... People always are free on Saturdays, and we try to make plans, and then they fall through, and then I realize at 9 p.m. that I'm not doing anything. And then I'm like, oh. Right, Jared. Just don't be a piece of shit and you'll do fine. Are you familiar with how to use dowsing? Yes. Alright. Let me scoot over a bit here. Alright, lava man land. Aren't these the things we have to strike? Just gonna unlock more shit in the sky. Love you, dude. Thought I'd say hey since I got famous last night. You got famous last night? What the fuck happened, man? Shut up. Someone got an SSMV. What's up, Kyle? Yeah, it's my fucking biggest purchase of all time. One that I still don't even like thinking about. Don't even remind me. But yes, I finally got my dream microphone. What's up, Kyle? How you doing, man? Why didn't you stream on Saturday? The same reason I just said. I was making plans with people, and I didn't know until 9 p.m. that the plans weren't gonna really work, so it was like a little too late. I got 3 raids last night? Nice, dude. Well, I'm glad you had a good stream. Do you even Twitch viewer not having 5 tabs? Right. Dowsing. Dude, it's terrible. I kind of really hate it, Shane. It's the worst part of the game so far. Not planning on playing RE6 with me. What? I'm not even close to playing RE6. I haven't even done 5 yet. A crazy DSLR mirrorless camera next? No. I'm not gonna buy anything soon now because this was expensive as shit. That is the last thing I want for my stream though, is a camera that isn't the fucking C920 because I despise it, but no, I have a dream camera too, but I'm not gonna buy that anytime soon. I was able to buy this because of my 24-hour stream that I did. Whenever we did Marathon, I was very fortunate to be able to get enough money to be able to buy this. Alright, Peach Barf. Holy shit, I got Peach. It's amazing. Skyward Sword gives flashbacks to high school? Oh, Skyward. I was like, what, Germ? What's up, Germ? I know, man. I'm fucking around. You son of a gun. I want my points back. Fuck you, dude. Come on, man. Just be happy for me. I never get good beans. A lot are having overheating issues. I don't plan on buying a new camera anytime soon. I don't plan on buying anything soon. I told you guys this mic was my big purchase. I'm not big spending anytime soon now. You mess with our turf and you're gonna pay. What the fuck are these? Yo, Led, I don't think this is one of those red creeps. I think you're right. No reason to scare the hair off us, though. Sorry about that, pal. These monsters showing up and messing with our turf has got me on edge. You show up here and I'm gonna knock the red clean out of them. That's what I'm doing here. Yeah, me, Led. What's up, Wyatt? Hillbilly Moleman, that's them. Mr. Too Scared to Dig in the Dark. If you're looking for treasure, you should stay clear of those red guys. Yep. Yeah, basically, they're fucking weird, like, pig moles. Look at them. I did not mean to draw a sword on him. Every little movement you do with your hand draws Link's sword. Okay. Come at me. I'm very confused. Oh! Okay, that does fill up with lava. Ugh, itchy eye. What are these? Ew. Ew. Smithy, why? Why have you done this? The Jar Jar Binks noise? Did I? What's the Jar Jar Binks noise? Disappointment? Alright, here we go. How I said uh-oh? I didn't know I said it weird. Alright. Tell us your in-depth review of Hazman Hotel. Didn't prefer it. Who are you supposed to be? Never seen you around here before. Well, right there. Are you a friend of those red creeps? No. You don't look like them, that's for sure. You're not that ugly. Holy shit, dude. Fucking roasted. You're to pick bomb flowers? No? I guess. Those are them growing right there. Pick one with A and the fuse lights. Fusing a Slayer, boom. Us Mogmas are crazy about them. Mogmas is what you are? Okay. No. I know how to throw things. It's the same... Oh, okay. I could have guessed that. John, I'm glad you have an opinion on this. I was finally informed last night. Well, not informed. I knew it existed, but I didn't know what it was until last night. I watched it, and yeah. Holy shit, that's a big ass boy! Okay. They didn't give me anything? Oh, a gulp. God damn it. I haven't streamed since Thursday. My bad. I should pause that. Last Thursday when I was drunk, I made a goal to play Sims 1 on a Thursday stream, so that is still down there. The goal's pretty high, and it's way shorter than the Drunk Souls one, so... If you guys really want to see that, I think you have to stay pretty consistent on throwing points into it. Forgot to turn gulp off. I think I'm gonna keep it there permanently. Just pause it now. It's so annoying before every stream to have to switch that shit around. Taking 30 minutes to set up stream is not ideal. Oh yeah, Marin. The Sims Challenge. They make it sound like it's gonna be hard. Hey, what's up? Another stranger. You're not one of those red creeps either. I swear this neighborhood's getting crummier every day. Yo, what's up, cat? How you doing? Thank you, Smippy. What? Why did it say that 3 times? Yeah, I honestly, now I think I made this one too hard. It might be impossible for you guys to actually pay for that Sims playthrough. I think like 10 of you would have to do it a day or something. Probably not that many. What the fuck is that? Okay. The game wants me to douse for Zelda again, but I really don't know why I would need to. I'm just gonna explore the game like normal. I'm tired and feel attacked? Oh my god. I'm sorry to hear that. I don't exactly know what that means, but I am also very tired. It's gonna be a very sleepy boy stream, dude. I am so very tired. I don't know why. We're gonna have to throw a bomb through here. I can't wake up, dude. I don't know how. Oh! I found the bombs. Sleepy boy equals more Gordo? Oh no. You guys are already asking me to watch Gordo, and we're 30 minutes into stream? That's worrisome. My content is only getting worse. Oh, yikes, cat. Okay, well, that's understandable. Fuck. That's terrible, I'm sorry. Not now, Goofy, later. Maybe. We do have to watch the second part of that episode with the sisters. That was great. Can you just make that? Oh my god, he almost ran into the lava. Ooh, I'm very interested in how the hell you get that. Jesus Christ, did you just hear that sound that Link made? That was terrifying. Is that something we can do? I'm gonna go ahead and say no. What the fuck? What is this garbage? Let me see inside there. I want to see what is doing this. It's like a bug. I thought maybe we could kill it and then... Well, we've got to be able to. How the else would we move along through here? But these bombs explode like mega fast. Oh, there we go. Link can turn around in here. Shrink his body down. So I've been buying Game Maker Studio. Don't buy it. It's very expensive. Also, if you're gonna buy Game Maker, definitely don't buy the first one because the second one exists and it's way better. Oh my god. Have you told them to fuck off and tell your boss yet? Yeah. Slashies, slashies. Oh, that's what these fuckers look like. Link, please get off fire. I hate everything right now. Ah! I was running away so I could switch to the fucking potion. So that wouldn't happen. Yes. They do look like fruit gushers, you're right. They're fucking thick. Okay. Pick it up. Throw it in there. Come on, it's such a simple idea. Yeah. Oh, it missed. This is some basketball shit right here. Weird. Oh! Dude. Couganator, thank you so much for putting points towards The Sims. Maybe it'll happen, boys. You ain't one of those, right, guys? Don't creep on me like that. Quit saying this to me. Came through that hole back there, so I sunk the road leading to it in lava. Okay, well, now that road is worthless. Oh, it's no sweat for us. Okay, so I need to blow that up. He said stay away from it, so I need to blow it up, right? Awesome, baby. Awesome, baby college hoops. What the fuck is that guy's name? Dick Vitale, that's it. Link's sound effects are pretty fucking crazy in this game. Alright, so that's not the move. What if I hit it with my beetle? Okay, that did nothing. Dude, get up there! Oh, I forgot about bomb bowling. Bomb bowling? Interesting. Pog bowling. Alright. Now we're good. You have to drink one of these fucking potions that I have. What do I have? A heart potion and a revitalizing potion. Oh, so now this is just a shortcut. No. How the hell would you go about getting that? Can you do this? Is this a thing? No. What I can do is see how the hell you would get up there. You would have to go... Oh. Oh. Something I completely missed. I don't know, that might be a little too far, having to virtually drink it. Or physically drink it. Yeah, Marcus, these pieces of heart are really fucking easy. That guy's gonna be mad when he comes back. He's gonna be pretty pissed. He did tell me not to touch it, and the first thing I did was throw a bomb at it. What's the point of that? Alright. Sitting restores hearts? Oh, really? Oh, well, fuck. I'm pissed I used that potion then. I mean, that would make sense if it does. Yikes, dude. Oh. I was like, oh, we fucked up, dude. It's hard concrete. Oh, I'm sure we use it to upgrade our sword or something. Yep. Yep, that makes sense. Ooh, I definitely want to make it onto that. God, Link, why do you do this? The last one of those led to 2 pieces of heart, so I'm gonna really try to make sure we get those cubes. Might not always be a piece of heart, but I'm sure sometimes we'll get rupees. Give, please. Let's see. What is this? Why is this here? Oh? Where is this taking us? Oh, okay. Well, now we know. How's your day? It was pretty non-existent. I slept like all day, and I don't know. You've talked to me the whole time I've been awake because I was in Gabe's stream the entire time I was awake. So, I don't know. My day was kind of poo. I'm just really tired. I don't know why. It's super annoying. What you got for me? Those creeps just shimmied on in. Took our territory. What are you doing? Don't be sneaking up on me like that. You're looking for your friend. Can't help you there. Nobody's come through here, so maybe they went up the mountain over that way. Have you eaten? Yeah, I ate right before stream. Yeah, it's nothing like super weird about the day. I'm just tired. I'll go at 4 p.m. Yeah, I woke up later than that. Oh my god, dude. I don't know what it is about these fucking enemies that every direction I slash, they block no matter what. I don't know what the strat is on them. I've never had an enemy block so many attacks in a Zelda game. Alright, well, that works. Rick, I'm surprised you're awake. Yeah, I slept really long. I think it's just gonna ruin my mood for the whole day. Well, not ruin my mood, but I'm gonna be like sleepy because I slept too long. I guess it's a waiting game more than anything. Yeah, you gotta wait till they're about to swing. What a freeze frame. Yo, what's up, Kung Fu Kwa? Oh, the horn man keeps summoning them. I heard that sound. I didn't know it was a horn man, though. I thought they were just making a weird sound. Ah. I didn't realize what was going on. Come here, you stupid little shaman man. Alright, stop summoning your little men. No, I did the thing. Do it. Get ready. Try to swing on me. Whoa, you took it every last one of them. Who's at work? They said your mic is muted. Classic. And you're a handsome lad. Thank you, Mooey. Even though Mooey can't hear me. Bokoblin. There's so much waiting. No, I'm not complaining about the waiting. I'm wondering if maybe that's what the strat is? I don't know, it feels weird. I finally watched that stupid video, the sequelitis. It's a pretty not great video. What's up, Flux? So much waiting in Ocarina. Let me give you something to prove it. Any special requests? Yeah, way forward. I don't need rupees. You're trying to find your friend. Something pretty special, if I say so myself. What the fuck? They have the goddamn moments from Minish Cap in this game? No way, dude. I have to listen to this damn Moltog instead of my boy Purce. Nice to have you here, dude. Yeah, these stupid moles, man. Can I climb? Oh, no, you don't need to climb with it. Wait. How do you use the moments? Oh, he just uses them. Yo! That's so sick! I'm in love with this. Alright, is there one around here somewhere that I didn't see? No. Hmm. Maybe you just have to do this. Holy shit, dude, come on. Give me air. I mean, this is great too, but holy shit. Fuck, that only goes down. It's not like the paraglider. Freddy Krueger, Monk and W. Yeah, they're very Freddy Krueger-ish. You are correct. These torches make me think there should be a chest here, but there isn't one. Kind of weird. They put 50% of Wolf Link into an item in this game. Yeah, isn't that crazy? They aren't as cool. Yeah, they're just like a usable item, but that's still pretty cool, dude. It's all blind to me, so it's awesome to see. One of these is just gonna straight up take me, like, to a place I can't come back from. Come on, Link. You got it. Ooh. This is my camp now, dude. God, you're the worst! You're so annoying! I dislike the bokoblins in this game. They block too well. Alright, let's see if our theory is right. Your theory is correct. You regain hearts by sitting. That's pretty cool. There's a lot of digging for 1 rupee. Any dig dugs in the chat? Dig dug gang, rise up. Look at all this money. Alright, so there's 3 paths you can take, it looks. That one is bad. They're just for digging tiny holes while in Mish. Yeah, I mean, you go through entire walls in that game. It's like a bigger item. It reads your input, so you kind of need to bait and switch. Well, yeah, I know it's reading my inputs, Smithy, but, like, whenever I switch to the other one, he immediately switches. Like, there's no possible way to get around it. Nice wind, homie. By shitting. Huh? You shitting over there, Shane? Flailing around yelling, okay, dude, nah. I'm not flailing around. I actually was trying to switch it. I promise you. I was flailing around right there seeing if I could get around it. But I promise I'm not Aaron Hansening you guys. I just don't understand it. Because I switched the other direction and he immediately switches and blocks it. Oh, that's how you regain hearts by shitting. Okay, just some ore. Then the other one just drops you like right there or something, so I'm worth it. Purce is my second favorite Shout Andy. Shout Andy? I'm not a Shout Andy. No, I mean, like, genuinely. I'm not, like, complaining about the game. I just don't understand how to get past those guys. Without just waiting for their swing and hitting. Oh, yo. You scared me, silly. You can't just start digging right above my head, you know? I didn't know you were down there. I get where you're coming from. You never know what you're gonna find when you dig, so it's impossible to stop. That's what I'm saying, John, is that it seems like they're, like, really hard enemies, but the bokoblins are everywhere. Maybe I just don't get it. Some hearts. If you run across the hole and you got the time, dig, dig, dig. I already have been. That's why I dug on your head. Alright. I didn't need any of these right now, but that's okay. Bomb bowling. This reminds me of the Gerudo trials in Ocarina of Time. With the firewalls. There we go. I don't need that. Oh! Yo, what's up, Mr. Clutch? How you doing, man? Yeah, firewalls that you can turn off. I know. It's pretty good. I like this game, man. I literally have not had, like, any complaints about it. The motion controls can be a little weird, but they're not bad. As much as I wish I could just play this with a GameCube controller, that would be fucking awesome, but I understand it. Okay, now I'm gonna start seeing these things everywhere and realizing all the places I can actually go. Oh shit. These things keep kind of scaring me. I sat through 4 hours of story just to get to aggravating enemies I couldn't understand how to fight. Oh, you're talking about Skyward? I don't know. I'll figure it out. One of your people just came charging through here dressed all in black. That a friend of yours? Girahim? See that up ahead? That's what we call a drop-dead dead end. But this character danced right over it. Jumping over a gap like that, my jaw hit the dirt. Yeah, your jaw be hitting the dirt a lot, I'm sure. Considering you live in it. What's the worst Bean Boozled flavor? Dead fish and canned dog food are the worst ones. This is so much money, dude. The big thick boy rupees, the fruit gushers. Okay, thank. Wait, why'd you need this information? Now that you thanked me, it's like it's a survey. Money! Money! You made a monster based off of Bean Boozled? Ew. Okay, so this was a shortcut. What? Why did the other guy have to walk over it? Oh, okay. Oh, shit. Okay. Impa is in this game. Oh. I see now. Oh. The hell's the point of this? What is this box? Volcano Ascent. Saved. Okay. You think Impa looks weird in this one? I could tell it was Impa, though. I could tell what they were going for. There's a Bokoblin Tower. It was knocked out my... Oh, okay. Hyrule Warriors Impa is dope. I still want to play Hyrule Warriors so bad. I rented it on the Wii U, and it was so fun. Or did I rent it, or did I don't even remember. I might have just played the demo or something. I just know I never owned it. Making a Purce fan game? What? Wreck. That's so much work, dude. Yep, I was gonna say there's probably no way to do that. It's probably just a shortcut back. Weirdly long limbs. Similar visuals, just didn't look weird. Oh shit, boys! Alright, right swing. No, left. Okay, no, he switched to... Okay, yep. Right? Look how fast he follows me. I don't know, you can say I'm bad and I'm just flailing, but like, I'm trying to figure it out and it's not making sense to me. Ooh, shit. I thought I was gonna slide there. Deku Nut. Yeah, they're fast, man. I can't keep up with them. Nut. Roll. Nice. Okay. I didn't think it was gonna hit. What do we got down here? We have a bug. Give me bug! We need the bug now. I know there is one. Oh yeah, they said you can buy it at the shop. He literally told us that. I just never did it. Well, I can afford it now. This is another shortcut. This fucking place is full of shortcuts. Yeah, it's really interesting. I just think they're just the hardest bokoblins. They're just some hard-ass bokoblins, man. Well, I see why it gave me the nuts now. You big stinky man. Oh, did he die? Holy shit. You know the feel of the Link sliding down on his back? Okay, so you don't have to move your sword over to the other side. Well, I mean, you kind of do to get the swing off. They're just ridiculously fast. Hit another bomb. This guy's blowing his little horn again. No. No, Link. Okay. It's not even what you do anyway. Blow it up! We've gone Deathless. Wait, Deathless 2 or... Oh, Deathless 2. What is this?
All right, let's find out about this. Oh god, it almost fell already. That would have been hilarious. I didn't even get. I got like 4 notes.
Oh, I hate this area he's in.
Game sounds really quiet because it is off. Thank you for reminding me. I always forget, man.
Oh no. Did you do the whole game Deathless up until that right there? Oh, poor Nico. What the fuck are you? I just squished him, dude! Poor guy. That's a great clip. We've gone Deathless, too. Back in middle school, I was walking to the bus stop and the last stretch was downhill. It was icy that— oh no, Smithy! Instead of even trying. Whenever it was... Shit, I guess this was back... Well, we had like an ice storm in like February of this year. And that was me trying to get up the steps to our apartment building. I just started sliding and I was like, yep, it's just gonna have to happen. I don't have the net yet, so these guys just roll away. I didn't know you guys could do that. Just lie down and accept your fate. There's nothing you can do. What's up, Rick? Boulder! Oh, it's amazing. What sound do they make? What if you did that before you started running? Every single time before you start running. Oh no, he started falling too. I didn't even fight him. Oh shit. Wait, I'm very confused. The last time I did this, he just died. All right. There's a little bell you shoot with a slingshot. Oh, cool. Imagine making a streamer read messages during stream. What? I don't want to be like, read my message. Oh, sorry, Rick. I'm sorry I'm missing shit from you, dude. Like, this happened last stream, too. I just didn't see any of Rick's messages. I don't know why. Let me know if it sounded stupid. Bean boozled dog. Gross. I want to learn to make games, so I'm going to start with this. I've had an idea for 4 months. Oh, sick. No, you're not being annoying. For some reason, I keep missing your messages. I don't know why. No, I don't do it on purpose. I don't know why it happens. I'm sure they buried it around here someplace, but I can't find it. From all his cheese ramen BS. Maybe that's what it is. Oh, was there more up there? Jesus Christ. See, like, I saw John say they can switch on a fucking dime. I think because I was just talking about the game I was focused in. You made a monster of being boozled? I don't see anything else that you said, Rick. Yeah, I don't know what's going on lately. What is it they buried again? A key. Bust up the key to that door and hid the piece all over the place. Email me a package of cheese ramen? Gross. A strange blonde girl and the weird clothes got taken away too. That's right, I bet they got something really valuable stashed in there. I like this like mafia-ass music. Here, Rick, I'll go back in your logs. I literally don't see it though. What the fuck? I swear to God, Rick. Oh God, I see it now. What the fuck? When I scroll through that, I can't see that with my eyes at all. Dude, I don't know. That is very weird. The idea I had for a game is that you're getting ready to stream and your PC goes wonky and it goes, haha, creepypasta. You get sucked in the internet world and have to save your friends before 8 p.m. to be able to stream on time. Oh, I like that. I feel bad that... No, it's not stopping stream. You're okay. I already said I'm tired, so this stream's gonna be chill and weird anyway. No, that's actually really cool, Rick. Make it an RPG. Actually, I don't know. What type of game are you making it? Why are you so worried about a key when we can dig our way in? Hillbilly Mafia moles. See it with your nose. Alright. I require your confirmation on critical information. Must be... oddly garbed? I would think it's Zelda. I calculate there's a 95% probability the key to this door is made of the same material as this mechanism. Fantastic. I'm making an RPG Maker? You should. RPG Maker is really easy to use. Don't you already have it too? You don't have to code anything. I mean, you might have to code a little bit of shit if you want to put in extra like scripts and fun stuff, but... Oh, we have to find all the pieces to it. Oh no. This will be interesting. Yeah, what up, Shade? We're gonna have to find key pieces now. Once again, I'm fucking, like, sweating. Why is it so hot whenever I stream? I just don't know how to do pixel art? Don't. You should hand draw it, Rick. That'd be so easy for you to do. Oh yeah, you're playing Pokemon. How far are you in Shield now, Shane? Wait, Hornman. Oh no. Bomb. Okay, I'm understanding how you switch, but honestly, the Bokoblins are just insanely good. You gotta fucking debate them, but like, I don't know. I'm understanding how to fight them easier, but they're still difficult. I think I'm more just thrown off with how difficult Bokoblins are, like the easiest fucking enemy in Zelda games. How? What do you mean? You just draw it. Not that far? Well, how many gyms in are you, Shane? How do you do sprites and stuff? Just draw it. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. Just draw everything. 3? Okay. So, I mean, you're getting a chunk in. The beginning of the game... Oh my god, dude. Just re-hit puberty. The beginning of the game is the longest fucking part of it. Just draw a forehead. What's up, Taco? No, but I mean, like, for real, Rick. Like, I don't know. It doesn't have to be pixel art. If you're doing a sprite sheet and say you need to make them facing left, draw them facing left. If they need to be facing forward, draw them facing forward. It doesn't have to be pixel art. You know? I think drawing would actually be way easier for you. You would just copy it and then work off of that and change each sprite direction and stuff. They can be sprites but not be pixel art. It's basically like just making really high-res characters. Probably? What do you mean, probably? I just don't know this. Rick, I'm confusing the hell out of Rick. God damn it. Yeah. I mean, yeah, think about Cuphead. You want to do an Earthbound battle system? Well, I mean, for that, it'd be really easy. Then the enemy, you only have to draw once. You know what I'm saying? Instead of doing pixel art, you just draw them. That's the only difference. Strahl, how you doing today, dog? How do I, like, sidle on this? Siddle. There we go. I'm alright. I'm poopy. I kind of am today as well. Maybe it's just a poopy Monday. I'm very poopy today as well. I can't drink milk? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, so you're actually, like, poopy. Like, poop is happening. I'm a tired poopy. Like, I don't know. I don't have the energy today. Oh! Oh my god! Where is this gonna lead me to? Okay, thank god. This game is great. I actually really fucking like this game so far. I'm really loving it. Bridge. Yeah, a lot of people hate this game. It's blind to me and I'm enjoying it, so. Wait, can we run up this? No, it's a little too steep and brokey. I don't know how you'd get up on that. Ow! I'm detecting extremely high temperatures. Yeah. Okay. How would I douse it not being hot? Ah! Not ideal. Okay, well. Oh no! I thought it was gonna spawn me back down there. Oh! Oh no, what is this? Very good, yes. Okay, thank you. I called in today because I felt like shit this morning. Did the same last Monday, too. These Mondays just aren't treating us right, bro. I think also, like, for the battle system, I want to do a small animation for that enemy. Where they would, like, roar at you. Yeah, I mean, that would be really simple to do. It's 2 frames. I've been in a light gun games lately, using my Wiimote on PC. Dude, how the hell does that work? How's that shit work, Sterl? Like, how do you get your sensor bar on your PC? I've never understood that for Wii emulation. You ruined a mom's carpet, dude? Oh my god. Marcos gave you some money, it's okay. It's time for it to go anyway. You have the sensor bar plugged into the Wii? Oh, just so it's powered. Because it just needs the infrared. Oh, that's kind of sick. Oh, that's so funny. So you can use Wii remotes in your computer then. Oh, that's awesome. I mean, I don't need to do that because I have my Wii all set up, but that is really cool. Nice information to know. Okay, more places to run, more things to do. There's so many places to go, dude. I'm not finding any key pieces right now. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. How the hell are you supposed to break that? Oh. Big brain, dude. That's so weird. Super not complicated. Yeah, I would have thought it'd be more difficult. So many dumb Cabela's games. Oh my god, there's a lot, dude. I don't understand how character animation works. References, man. That's how I learned everything that I know. I don't know much, but... Look up, if you're making an RPG, look up, like, oh, look up how Earth... Actually, don't look up Earthbound, because they did 8 directional sprites, and that shit's fucking really hard. Oh, there we go. Yeah, Sprite as a resource, very, very good. I would look up RPGs, though, Rick, and see how they did their walk cycles. I would recommend Earthbound, because their spriting is really good, but, that 8-directional movement is... Phew. It looks beautiful, but it's a lot of work. If only there's an animator in chat. Yeah, why don't you ask Pixel about it? Pixel will be glad to give you tips and shit. He's been working on an animation for like the last 2 days now. Just ask for tips from him. But like I said, seriously, don't be afraid to look at other people's work. It's literally how most people learn. Oh my god, dude! I just threw so much money in the trash. Inspirer's Resource is a goddamn lifesaver. I've used that site so much. Okay, why'd they put bombs here? Not quite sure, but... this was a dead end? Weirdly enough, it's such a big area, and there's nothing over here. Seems sus. Site is built standing on the... Yeah, exactly, Marcus. Because I'm shy? You're shy to ask Pixel for help? You just talked to the man for like 6 hours last night. Okay. I guess this was a dead end for now. Those 3 skulls in a circle? You would think so. I don't know. I think, honestly, I went to, like, the last key piece first, because I was not dowsing earlier. Or... Okay, I did not want to do that. That would have been sick if I made it. I understand animation. I don't understand how you, like, use it in the game. You know what I'm trying to say? Well, it depends on what you're using. You said you were interested in just making it in RPG Maker, because RPG Maker is really easy to use. You gotta figure out how you put the sprites into it. It's learning. You just gotta look into it. Oh, okay. Here we go. RPG Maker's really easy to learn, Rick. Alright. Oh! Yeah, I think I grabbed the fucking last key piece first. Can you dig it or bomb it? I can't dig it. You can only dig those little holes. I don't know, Marcus. I saw something like that earlier and it was just nothing. And I was like, oh, okay. So it very well could just be nothing. It would be more middle than that. I'll try it again. Usually in Zelda, you're right. It would have been right here. Yeah, it's nothing. That's weird. Alright, let's go back. RPG Maker makes it very... Oh, that's what that is. RPG Maker makes it very fucking easy, dude. Oh. Oh, that sound always happens. I like how they have this to find the key pieces, and it has not shown me any signs of them at all yet. Oh, there we go. We've got something, boys. Rick wants to make an RPG though, so I honestly have used both Game Maker Studio, Game Maker Studio 2, and RPG Maker. And for what Rick wants to do, he should just use RPG Maker. It's so beginner friendly. And you don't even have to code in all the stats and shit. You can just click boxes. And it makes health points and all the stats for every enemy and all this shit, so. Okay, so this way? Yeah, Rick, you don't need Game Maker unless you're actually, like, wanting to make a full-fledged game. It's a big purchase. Oh, what the fuck? Okay. Oh my god! Okay, well. That's gonna explode anyway before it gets there. Maybe? Holy shit. I can't believe it. Oh, there's gonna be a key under that. Is this a little crab over here? What is this? Oh. What the fuck is that? Okay. There's 3. We need 2 more. Okay. Let's make our way back. Oh my god, get up there! What is that? There's some crazy nonsense going on over here. Yeah, Rick, I mean, okay, so exactly what Sterl said. I know you're a good artist. You could draw these characters and these enemies perfectly fine. If you're worried about the RPG Maker aspect of it, you can, that part is gonna be fucking easy mode. It's gonna be go mode. Just done. Yeah, so just get... Yeah, but Rick, with Game Maker Studio, you have to learn programming. With RPG Maker, you don't. You can just make a game. You don't need to have any programming knowledge. I want to do a game... Yeah, okay. Rick, I know what you want to make. Rick, you still don't understand this art style thing. It's... You can draw without making pixel art, and it doesn't have to be a side scroller. Okay, Cuphead was not a good explanation for Rick. Oh, dude, Jonathan Blow's game looked terrible before. Braid is a beautiful game, though. RPG Maker is only flat? No, Rick. When Rick said... I don't know. I'm the only one who understands Rick speak. You're not small brain, it just... You explain things in a weird way, and it's... I know what you're saying. The game would technically be flat. Whenever Rick said, I don't want the game to be flat, Rick meant that he didn't want the game to be a side-scroller. That's what he meant by flat. He doesn't want left and right. He wants left, right, up, and down, is what he wants. He wants Earthbound. He wants to do Earthbound. It will be 2D no matter what. Yeah, he meant he didn't want it to be left and right only. Because we said Cuphead to explain drawings instead of sprites, and then he thought we meant side-scroller only, which we don't. Oh, nice. Oh, that's sick. Rick wants, like, old Pokemon. I get what he's saying. Nah, Rick, I think you're just overthinking it. It's way easier than you're thinking. It's gonna be, like, pretty easy to do. If I actually put the time and dedication into it, I could have made a bunch of stupid small games. No, Rick, wait. I completely understand you. 90% of the time I talk to you is through Twitch chat. I understand everything you say. Alright. Oh. That's poopy. Nice. Alright, so there's another key. We're gonna have one more after this. Holy shit, he's fast! No, Rick, we fully understood you now. You want an open world Pokemon-esque game. I did not know. You want to make an old school RPG is what you want, Rick. But I'm telling you, you should just draw the art instead. That is an option you can do. So just act like you're making sprites, but you draw them with a brush instead of using the pencil tool. Don't Purce why me. I understand what you want to do. Shit. Is the other one like really far away? Oh, fuck. Holy shit, what is this, dude? Can I make that? Okay, well, no, but thankfully there was a, whatever this is. Oh, okay, I remember this. I'm giving shit. No, you're not. They're just trying to understand because they want to help. What the fuck, man? Where do you want me to get this last piece of the key at? Get up there, big boy. All right, beautiful. All right. Let's save here. We got one more piece. oh. Yes, Rick, I know. That's what I said. I said you want Pokemon or Earthbound. You want a 2D RPG is what you want to make. I understand you. And with my explanation, it makes sense to everybody what you want. Is the last one like... There was this thing? Oh, that was just to get the bridge open. You're not... You're not dumb! What's wrong with you? I'm just saying we got you figured out now. And like I said, talk to Pixel about animation if you need help with it. And learning RPG Maker is very easy. Yeah, it can do that kind of stuff. Have you ever seen... Well, okay, Lisa's not a good example. Because, it's a side-scroller, so you're gonna be like, no, I don't want that. But you should see the games that people have made in RPG Maker, Rick. It is capable of a lot. Genuinely. Well, that's because it's so easy to use, Rick. That's the problem. RPG Maker is so easy to use that 7-year-olds are making terrible games in it constantly. That's why you think of bad whenever you think of it. Oh, that's what this led to. I forgot that we dropped out here. Okay, this makes a lot more sense now. But this is like up there. How the fuck do we do that? Alright. So we did this. I think I know where this is. Yo, Scooty! Holy shit, what's up, dude? Thank you for the raid. Can I get a shout out for Scooty, please? Thank you, Rick. Guys, if you don't follow Scooty, he's one of my good buddies. I miss him so much. I hope you had a good stream, dude. What up, homie? Nothing, just playing Skyward Sword. Getting a little confused right now, but trying to figure it out. Yo, what's up, Ghoulie? How you doing, brother? How the hell do I figure this out, man? Alright, flaming room. Link catches on fire. That emote is so good. Alright, let's figure this shit out. Thank you for the raid, man. I hope you had a good stream. Did you finish Golden Sun? Yeah, they do that in Mother 3, Rick. I re-beat the last boss. Okay, cool. I know you were. I read that you were on the final boss. Oh, is this it? Oh, this is definitely it. It's up there. Dude, I've been looking for this last key piece for so long. Then continued shining in the darkness. Nice, dude. Wait, why'd you have to re-beat the last boss? What happened? Oh, no. Oh, that sucks. Well, at least you got back through it. Oh, shit. Oh, no! Dude, Link makes some funny sounds in this game. I had a game up. I don't even remember what game it was. I had an NES game up on my computer for like a week that I was just playing through. And I definitely just closed out of it without thinking one time because I had too many windows up. And I was like, just close that. And I just closed out of it. And I was like, oh. I never played it again. Like 10 more times and it's, oh my god. Yeah, that sounds pretty trash. I'm glad you're done. I haven't played Golden Sun in ages, dude. Oh, it glitched out. Oh yeah, I've had that happen too. I had that happen with Ninja Gaiden. I still have never finished Ninja Gaiden 1. I can only get to the last stage and then just... I get demolished. But I left my Ninja Gaiden up for a while and I'd go back and try it. And then, like, I changed an audio device and the emulator was like, no. Glad I 200% Adventure Island. Ugh. Something I could never do. It's insane. He's definitely more comedic. I don't like how he has lips. Dude, I have not even noticed that. What do you mean? Doesn't he normally have lips? What do you mean, Smippy? Do his lips look weird? I never noticed that. It's not as noticeable. Oh, you know what? I bet right there it's not his other lips. I bet in the cutscenes it's worse. Yeah. I think I know what you're saying. Like right now it doesn't look bad. But I think in the cutscenes he has like these huge fucking lips. They're very defined. He's got them DSLs. The Legend of DSL. Stop! I'm sorry. Dude, give me some health. The Legend of Slobbin. Batman and Slobbin. Okay, wait, we have max money. Okay. Yeah, we should probably spend them. Skyward Torque! That said Skyward Tongue at first. I like his lips. I have defined lips too, so. Got them big boy lips. Alright, we're gonna have to buy new potions, which is okay because we have a lot of fucking money. And we can go back and spend it in Skyloft. Why are you sad facing, Rick? What's up? I like Purce's lips. Oh, hell yeah. I tell you what. That looks hot. Just thinking. You know, just sad thinking. What in the butt? What? We got the key. The Earth Temple. This is the Fire Temple. Don't you fucking kid yourself. No, some cutscenes it's definitely brighter. But yeah, right now the lips aren't looking so bad. Bird statue. The 6th grade English teacher told me she was jealous of my lips and said any girl would kill to have lips like mine. Weird. I get eyelash envy on dudes. So this is a thing then, I guess. Alright, let's go back to the sky. We have so many things to just spend rupees on. We slashed like 6 cubes down here. How many girls trying to kill you? Let me get them lips. The women pay a lot of money for. Holy shit, look at all these. Let's turn around. Yeah, Ghoulie, that's good. What is this? Potted plant land. Yo! Is that you, Lunkus? Never thought I'd run into you here. Who are you? Tell me you don't know who I am? Believe it or not, I used to be the most popular guy in the sky. Mr. Skyloft, that was me. I'm the proud father of Skyloft's most popular girl, Beatrice. Princess of the item track. What? Who the fuck is that? Does that clear anything up for you? No. Here's my secret spot where I come to work the kinks out of my sword. Oh no, this is the thing Rick was talking about! Or not Rick, Marin. Marin said something about Bamboo Game. He's bored. I use all my brain power trying to explain shit. Rick, I told you to calm down. We knew what you were saying. A nice little tiny face. Oh, the storage girl, Beatrice. Little bits. I'm not the young buck I used to be. Look at that sword, dude. There's no better way to sweat off these pounds. Here's an idea. Why don't you try? Okay. Mr. Clutch! You cheered for the 69. God damn it. Mr. Clutch, thank you for the 69 bits. You're my dad.
You are my dad. You're my dad. Wookie, wookie, wookie.
Hold up a second. Get your horses holded. There's gotta be a way to spice things up a notch or 3. Yep, that's the ticket right there. Why is it not making you my dad? I'm gonna have a stern talking with OBS if it doesn't put you as bit dad. Have you ever gotten a high Purce? Why are you asking? Oh, there you are. Snapchat hot dog. Just curious. Yes. I can't do it though because it makes me really anxious. Really, really bad. It's a contest to see how many cuts you can make before it hits the ground. If you're good enough, you'll stroll out here with a prize. It's a 420 friendly stream? Yeah, man. It's not for everyone. No. I stick to my beer. I like beer. But I mean, I have friends that smoke and stuff. 10 rupees to see what you're made of. Alright, let's do it. Cheers, babies. Dude, I think I have 2 beers. Just drink 2 beers tonight. This is all about speed? Oh, I see. Okay, well. Okay. Shoot for 20. Alright, I see how it works now. Now that I take a gander, it's clear you guys go for stubby little sword. Wow, what the fuck? If you hear yourself a longer blade in the future, come back and try again. Okay, well, I think I know what I need to do this time. I didn't understand it at first. Rick, you don't gotta insult beer like that. That's fucked up, bro. Ghoulie, I really like that emote. I haven't seen that yet. That's good, dude. I like the ghoul man holding the beer. That dude has my stomach. Me too. What's the Aaron Hansen method? Just yell at it? Not just one because you go sleepy. Well, I'm already sleepy, though. There's a new Zelda hack that came out? Of what game? Rage quit. I'm in. I wonder if it'd be best to, like, go back and forth. I think swinging hard was not ideal. Oh, it was so close! Dan, why? Why do you hate me? I know, Smithy. I know he does. This game's good. I like it. Prudish. Bitbugs are the worst thing to happen on my stream. I didn't have room. I need to move shit. Thank you guys for putting money into the Sim. This is the Sims Challenge. It's not a challenge. I'm just gonna play the Sims 1. Alright, boys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, Sorry, I just had to do a casual 50 because Naf did it while I was already doing them. Holy shit! Oh no, that sim stream's definitely gonna happen now. Maybe, I don't know. There's 11 days left. How many of those 11 days do I stream? Ooh, Ocarina of Time. Story after Ocarina of Time before Majora's Mask. The Missing Link. That sounds cool. That's progress. Maybe. It's something. $25. Ow. Alright, yay, the jumping jacks are gone for the stream. Chat remembered that they existed. Alright, sorry for the poppiness. My mic was getting, like, really loose. You getting ripped, my legs are. My legs hurt. I have 4 beans, I'll do them over time. Coconut or spoiled milk? What a fun one. Spoiled milk, eh? I'm having so much fun. Yeah, my mic got like really loose. Ugh! Oh my god, dude! God damn it. Alright, now let me try this bamboo game a few more times. Ugh! This spoiled milk is so bad. Ugh! Everything is awful. He's doing it because I didn't turn on the 100K last stream. So now he's just ruining my life. Spoiled milk is really bad. It's terrible. Alright. I want to try to get a 20 on this. It's free to do it. You should be donating to the Sim stream. Dude, I think everybody already did. Holy shit. I just scrolled up and there's like 100 of them. Why is it posting it so many times? I already did this stream. Dude, I can't wait to play Sims 1. I fucking love that game. Dan said baby rage. He just wants the 100K, but it's if it wasn't for the I don't know, I hate the entire thing. You love that game? Sims 1? Yeah. You made a reward you don't actually hate? Yeah. I made a Sims 1 thing because I'm like, I don't know if anyone wants to actually watch that. So that's why I made it. Sims 1 is my favorite Sims game. I fucking love that shit. Gabriel! Thank you. She refused to stream it? Why? Do 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 do. Alright, how do we do this? No, you son of a bitch! You should add the BTTV emote I made. What did you make, Herb? This guy's small face. He's making me mad. She feels awkward for some reason. Poor Christina. She shouldn't feel awkward. No, Curve, I hate it. I might add it though. I'm just imagining people using it in my chat, and that's why I'm like, oh no. Oh my god, dude, I suck. They need to be like straight slashes, but I can't do it. Who the fuck is Linkara? Oh no, Sterl doesn't know who Linkara is? Sterl, go watch all of Linkara's videos. Do you know who the Nostalgia Critic is? You have to know who that is. Yeah, he's the Nostalgia Critic's friend. Link W. That's about how I feel right now trying to cut this bamboo. Alright. Oh! The problem is you can't just shake it because he'll slice it sideways and it cuts the thing in like half. Yeah, it is a new record. It's still not good enough. Miles to go? Okay, I'm pretty sure I only needed 20, so not really miles. Spit on it? Might help. I actually got cucked. I saw it happening too. Yeah, I keep saying, maybe you should upgrade your sword. But I know I can do it. He gives me triple my money every time, so... Oh, you're such... I had so much left, but it just falls over to the side and you can't hit it. Ew, dude, what is this? Curb. Cursed Elmo. I can do this forever because he keeps giving me 30 rupees every time. I'm gonna assume he gives me a heart piece if I do it. Stop making fun of my sword. It's not about the size, it's how I use it. And I'm gonna get 20 cuts with it. Come on. Let's start from the left side this time. Oh my god! Actually just demolished it that time. You brutalized that bamboo, boy. What the fuck? You just gave me an evil crystal? No, he did not. He said, I want to see 28 next time. Are you fucking kidding me? There's no way I'm ever fucking doing that again, dude. That was insane. The missing link? Maybe. So every week I have a set schedule that I do. I post at the beginning of the week. If I were to do it, I'd have to do it another week. But it sounds interesting. I'm gonna look into it tonight, Soul. I'll remember to YouTube it and see what it's like. That would be pretty sick. It sounds awesome. Alright. Come on back whenever you feel like you might want to. I'll post it on Discord. Yeah, do that, because I definitely want to check it out. Betro? No. I don't think so. Dude, this was one of like 5 new areas I unlocked. Okay, where do we go for this? Straight forward? Always go straight. What's up, Truth? Oh my god, I missed it. Okay, so this is proving to me that you can eventually dive in this game. Pepe's sad jam. He's jamming, but he's crying. No! It wasn't a heart piece, it was just an evil crystal. You missed it and should feel bad. I do feel bad. Alright. Whew. I'll eat another one of Dan's beans here. Get up in the queue. God damn it, I should have known. I need to go spend my fucking money. 3rd time's the charm. That's what they say. Clean cut. There's still something there. I don't want to accidentally go pick up another Hundo Rupee. Even chat doesn't speak Rickism. You know, I was kind of trying to dodge that. It's okay. Rickanese. Yeah, I think Dan bought every bean for the stream, so I got a few more to munch on. Yep, smile. Tornadoes, dude. Come on. This is so far away. Yo, Joe! Thank you for the raid, homie. And thank you for shouting out Joe. Yo, how is Destiny tonight, brother? Thank you for the raid. Welcome in, everybody, with Joe. Alright. Yo, brother. How's the stream? Yo. Finish a raid in D2 in record time? Oh, fuck yeah. It was one that you guys have already done. Yo, come down here for me. Oh, hell yeah. How do I grab this beetle? Oh. They had an excellent raid? Sick, dude. That's awesome to hear. I haven't played Destiny 2 in so long. I had fun with it, though. I had a lot more fun with 2 than I did with 1. Well, our record. I mean, that's still dope. World record run? Alright, here he is. Oh god, he's got a lot of stuff. I'm going to bed. Have a good night, person chat. Prudish, thanks for hanging out, dog. Get some good sleep. If you buy something, that'd be even better. What do you got? What is this? Is this a scam? It bestows a bunch of mysterious and mystical effects on whoever carries it. I came in on the ski raid, but I can't hang, brother. That's okay, Ryan. Thanks for hanging out, man. Yeah, get some fucking sleep. That sucks that you have to be up so early. Oh man, thank you for lurking. Much love, Ryan. Yo, what's up, Overcat? How you doing? Birthday cake or dirty dishwater? My favorite. It's dirty dishwater. Oh. Oh my god, 800 rupees! Oh! That's how I feel with this dirty dishwater in my mouth. Oh. That's pretty cool, man. Ugh. Dude, everything's so expensive. Is a bigger wallet? Yeah. Let's do that. Just 100 rupees? Okay. Ugh! The fuck you drinking me? I'm just drinking water. It was a dirty dishwater bean. Ugh. I love this game. How far are you into it? We just entered the second dungeon and then I flew back up to check out some stuff, check out Beetle's ship. This is my first time ever playing it. I'm loving it. Super tired. Yeah, Dragon, thanks for coming in, dude. Good night. Alright. No, he still says it. That was our host sound back on Kinda Okay. I thought that said the Burnet. Only 50 rupees, okay. Alright, cool. I DM'd the Sora. What do you mean? Doesn't he only wear one outfit? Zippers everywhere. This is one I missed. This game? Yeah, I never played it. Well, I did. I played the intro to the game and the first dungeon. So it's all blind now because we're past that. It's very hard to get used to, all the motion controls and stuff. A lot of people don't like this game at all. I'm personally enjoying it a lot. He's more emo in the third. Oh, that's so upsetting. Alright, what can you do for me? Aaron Hansen hates this game. I know he does. We've talked about Aaron a lot while playing this. No, I'd really just love to play this game with a GameCube controller, but I'm not complaining about it because it's not that bad. Oh. I don't have either of those things. We need one more monster claw, and we could get a better shield. Wait, can we repair? Was repairing one of the things? Because I think my shield is about to be broken. Or is it at full? Oh. I thought that silver meant it was about to break and it's normally gold. Maybe it's the other way around. Okay, you're creepy. Alright, leave me alone. We do need more potion. Yeah. They're making insane sounds in here. Oh yeah, Uppercut, that's... Now that I've been playing this, I definitely agree that this would be a good... Like, people used to always say, oh, they need to remaster Skyward Sword, and I was like, do they? But now that I'm playing it, I'm like, yeah, this could really, like, be a good remaster. Because I'm enjoying the shit out of this. I will hold my tongue on Aaron Hansen. I mean, we haven't been saying anything good about his opinions on this game. Rick, oh my god. Rick, I know it's being made in Game Maker. I think they're using 2. Actually, he might be using 1. Rick, what? Are you in the space to be spending $200 on something that you think is cool at the moment? I'm gonna buy it. Rick, no, don't. Rick, you don't know code. I did the same thing. I bought Game Maker 2 and I was like, yeah, I'll get it. I'll get it down, and I still haven't. Are you even 100% sure about not anymore? Rick's just been trying to figure out stuff with school, but are you 100% that you're not going now? Yeah, but they said they were gonna figure something else out. Didn't you already decide this? Dude, I honestly thought about it, Marin. Okay, we need a better sword for that. Let's just go out to this. I was supposed to move this weekend. Oh. Well, fuck. What's wrong with that icon? Wait, which one? This? The man? It's just what he looks like. No, it's definitely like an experimental game. It's very weird. His eyes are blinking really fast. That's... Oh, yeah, that's the standard definition, is what you're seeing, Smippy. That's that nice composite cables is what you're seeing. Oh, okay, so you're gonna reapply next year. Well, fuck, dude. Glorious 640 by 480, I know. And then this game is 16 by 9 for some reason, because widescreen TVs whenever it came out. So I'm using the Elgato HD60S, the one that goes in your computer. And I'm using a RetroTink to upscale it, which is like a nice upscaler. The problem is just I'm playing on the Wii, so the Wii just don't look so great on it. I don't know why. What is this? Oh. It's just because I'm using, do you have a Wii U? I do. I should have played it on that. That's a very good point. Is a very good point. I should have done that. Yeah, I know. It's really weird. My Wii U is over in my living room, but I should have used it for this game specifically. The treasure medal. Treasure will appear more often? Uh-oh. I'm watching it in 160p, so it's even worse. I mean, it doesn't look bad. It's just like, it's so much blurrier than my cam and layout. Should have reused it. Oh no. Alright. I'll do another bean. I'm just gradually going through Dan's rewards here. Dude, coconut spoiled milk again. Are you fucking kidding me? Is this coconut? What is this? I don't know what I'm eating right now. I don't know what I'm eating. That is a very weird flavor. It is definitely not coconut, but it's also not spoiled milk, so I don't know what that was. It doesn't taste like coconut, though. Yeah, spoiled milk is... I would know if it's spoiled milk, but... I don't think that was the right bean. That's weird. Peach barf. Why does it land on this one all the time? Ugh! Yeah, see, I got barf that time. I have a composite HDMI converter box from Inco. See, my fucking... Oh! My upscaler I have, or like, it'd be like the same thing as your converter box. It's like a $150 converter thing. Or maybe it was like 100. For some reason, my Wii just looks terrible. Ah! Beangle is a perfect name. Yeah, I don't know why my Wii looks so bad. The N64, when I put it through it, it looks amazing. But the Wii, just, no. Ugh. Gross beans. Yeah, it sucks. They're the worst. Okay, so there was this treasure thing here, but that was it. Alright, let's go to one more island, and then I gotta do a drawing for Dan. A beagle named Smeagol. Smeagol the beagle. Alright, it's on the opposite side of it. But yeah, I don't know why the Wii looks so bad on my capture. Beagles are boofy, they boof a lot. Ew, Rick, it's gross. This is quite an enemy. You don't have Prime, Dan. You can't use Kappa HD. I don't have Prime. I can't use it. Oh, it flipped me around. Yeah, exactly. They have like a... like better, like attachment thing you can put on the back of your Wii to make it look way better. I definitely don't have that. Yeah, Rick, genuinely, dude. You might lose interest in like a day. It brings me back to the great Rick famine. Yeah, never forget. What is this? Why would you land on that? Maybe stuff can spawn there later? I'm afraid that it can't do what I want. Rick, I just told you it can do what you want. I've used both of them, like, extensively. Trust me on this one. Oh, this is the thing. What the fuck is this, dude? This is some weird rupee game? Oh no, what are you? That's what I make, Rick. That's big ambitions, buddy. Clown man. I bet you're wondering what I'm doing here. Just the answer I was looking for. What a smart little guy you are. I'm hoping to make this island a fun place where everyone can come and be happy. What's it called, you ask? Or even if you didn't ask, I call it Fun Fun Island. I'm still getting the place set up, so hopefully you'll visit again later. You might like what you find, especially if you like fun and colors. So he's not done setting it up yet. Alright, well I see the island where we were going to. Yes, the clown emote. I'm just gonna say, don't drop all your money on it, Rick. Save your money. Start off basic, see what you can do. I'm telling you, you can do an insane amount with RPG Maker. Oh, sick. Well, that's nice. How would you get in there? Oh? Why are you looking down, Link? Stop. I'm gonna go ahead and say this is an item that we do not have yet. Yeah, I don't think that does anything. Oh, the motion controls! Or we can fly the bird in there, which seems ridiculous. Let's try it though. What the fuck? I have no idea what's going on. Nah, there's no way they want you to fly the bird into that. There's no way. Okay, let's not even try it. Now I'm just damaging the bird. Riding on Ho-Oh, basically, yeah. This game's fucking cool. Oh, damn, that's actually true, though. Whenever you open something that isn't supported by Notepad and it just opens that. That's when you gotta get Notepad++. That wasn't Notepad++? Man, you really did something then. Alright, well, we got the new net. Oh my god. You just need to make it back here. How do... How do the bird statues work? If I just drop back down in here. Ah. You got wrecked by orcs today. I did. Wow, dude. Why you gotta do it to him like that? I didn't even get to see him play Shadows of Mordor. Came in too late. I'm looking at all the perfect links for Conquest. It's going to be a rough time. Marin, I watched you play that for a bit, and I had no idea even what it was. Ho-Oh Pog you. I saw 12 seconds before I went Resident Sleeper. Wow, that's rude, Dan. Temple entrance. I took a nap because I was tired. Okay, that makes more sense. Your brain couldn't handle it at the moment. Give me more money. Anna, what's up? Anna comes in and just goes, games. Anna's wanting to reserve something. This Pokemon meets Samurai Words means Final Fantasy Tactics. Holy shit. That's a lot of mixes. Alright. We back in the mines. Got our Skyward sword swinging from side to side. Dude. This frickin' Joe guy, he's too nice to me. Joe!
Here at this because you also enjoy my love, Purce.
Joe, you're too sweet, man. Thank you for 7 months of sub. You absolute legend. Enjoy my emotes, man. Thank you so much for the love today, brother. I appreciate you, Joe. I love this music. Yeah, music here is awesome. I like all the music in this game. This game is like very different, but like so similar. I don't know how to explain it. It's really weird. Thank you guys for shouting out Joe. If any of you in here don't follow Joe, please check him out. He plays lots of Destiny too, and they demolished it today, it sounds like. My partner's gone missing and those red guys are everywhere. I never should have come here. Oh, it's you again. Come all this way in search of your friend, eh? Reminds me, before I came in here, I saw a weird-looking blonde girl get dragged away. Those baddies are everywhere. Alright, I'm just gonna dig these holes now. Would you stream this game I'm making? Of course I would. You kidding? That's insane. Oh! Do a spin attack, please. It's not fast enough to kill him. Alright, so that's gonna be all hearts. Alright. Does this stop and go down? It does. I'm surprised you don't need a fire tunic to come in here. Oh! I learned in Japanese the difference between calling someone your aunt and your grandma is one extended vowel. I think I've heard something like that before. I might be thinking of a different language that does the same thing. Also learned that difference between a hug from your aunt and getting your ass beat for calling her old is one extended vowel. That's pretty fucked up. One very easy mistake. Obasan and Obasan. Another rope somewhere? Ah. Video game. How much of an asshole would you have to be to not play a game actually made about you? Yeah, Rick, who the fuck do you think I am? No, I wouldn't stream that, idiot! Thanks for all your work. This was such a good game. I wish there was a Switch remake. I know, yeah, we were talking about it. IGN gave this game a 10 out of 10? Is that true? What's up, Marka? IGN is trash. Well. Oh, yes! Look at the Lizalfos! Oh my god, they're hard! Okay, they're not so bad. Lizard tail. Can I reserve a game for you to play if I buy it for you? What game is it, Anna? I don't want you to buy me a game, dude. What you got on your mind? Oh, that's awesome. I didn't actually know that, Opry. Everyone wants a piece of the mark. Yeah, we've met. There's so many marks on Twitch. Poor little man. Alright. This? Oh, those are bombs. Oh, these aren't pies. They're bombs. Oh, yeah. You wanted me to play the Crooked Man. Does the Crooked Man even cost money? I thought it was free. Oh boy. I'll buy that for you, Anna. You told me that a long time ago. I completely forgot about it. I'm sorry. I'll throw it on there. Alright. Beautiful. The rolling cartoon thing, yeah. I'm not sure if it costs, I'll look it up. If it is, I would assume that game's no more expensive than like $10 or something. I guess I shouldn't assume, but... Perfect. Yeah, and I'll throw it on there, dude. Let's go over here. And it's on Steam, I think, yeah. PC. The Crooked Man. Center? Why don't we just do this and do this? Okay. Picked by Anna. Oh shit, Wyatt. People going for that Sims playthrough. Yo, Anna, you don't even have a game on here, dude. So I'm gonna give you your points back. Because you get one just for ever subbing to me. So I'm just gonna keep you on there as a sub pick, dude. So I went ahead and give you your points back. Because you don't have a game on here yet. Alright, now let me go actually add you on the wheel. No, I don't know anything about it. I think you told me it was like... It was horror related, wasn't it? I think we watched a trailer or something on it last time we talked about it. Alright, awesome. I went ahead and threw it on there for you. The Council of Marks? No, I had to watch the recording from home because I was playing Wii Sports with my Wii Mark. God damn it. Dude, this Sims thing might get met. It's got 11 days left. Play the original Sims on a Thursday stream. That'll be so much fun. I haven't played it in ages. Dude, Mark, thank you, brother. It's so getting met. I made it more points markers and I made it half the amount of time. And I was like, we'll see how this one goes. Made it 100k and made it 2 weeks instead of 75k in 30 days. Or I must have made it 15 days. I don't think we watched it, but we should. Maybe we didn't. I thought I remembered us talking about it and I looked up something. Maybe I just looked up screenshots. Oh! I gotta do a drawing for Dan here whenever I get out of the zone. That's the problem with this game. I get in a fucking zone, man. And I just don't want to stop. Okay, you gotta do it like as soon as it comes down. Alright, we're gonna pick it up and go and drop it on it. That was too close to the middle. It might still work. Nope, it definitely didn't. Fuck! Ah, just get away from it! I don't know how I'm screwing this up so bad. Kind of, Rick, yeah. There we go. Treasure chest. Get in the drawing zone. I will here in a second. I'll go back to this bird statue and save. Don't watch it without me? Nah, I won't watch it without you. Just let me know when you come back, we'll watch it. Because I gotta pull up my drawing program and everything anyway, so... I'll be out of the game in a second here. Frozen all the time in the world. Fuck, get away! Listen, dude. Bombs are scary. Alright, let's go save this up here. I love this dungeon. This is awesome. I'm liking Skyward Sword way more than I thought I was going to. I didn't think I was going to hate it, but... the dungeons are, like, impressively good. Yeah, that's pretty true. The fire dungeons are usually pretty good. You said you really like Twilight Princesses, didn't you? What is that? Why is the music switching up like that? Is there an enemy? That is exactly why that's happening. I want to leave the game up so we can listen to the music, but these bats are just going to fly over to me. It'll be a pain in the ass. Let's just keep it there. Alright. I have to switch channels and shit now. Ooh, that's very bright. Okay. 1 second. Dan, why are you always having me drawing anime shit that's so hard to draw? It's impossible to draw. Oh, whoops, he has stamina. I'm just gonna go ahead and guess that this is gonna be one of the hardest things I've ever drawn. The last hardest thing was the fucking Kill la Kill girl. That was impossible to draw. I miss being able to redeem drawings. Why can't you? Oh, Twitch fucked it right now. It's harder. Rick, you're here all the time. It can't be that much harder. I accidentally moved the fan and now you guys can hear it way more. It's like pointed right at the mic. There we go, that's better. Alright, give me a second here. The rates do suck. But Rick should definitely still be making enough to redeem drawings. They're out of stock? Did I make it only one drawing per stream? I don't even know. I don't think I meant to do that. I think it used to be 2. Alright. Rick, you're wanting new software, but there's software you didn't even remember you had. Alright. I'm not even in the right screen here. What is this that's happening right now? There we go. It's about 2K per stream? Really? Yo, what's up, Ranteray? The motion controls are... I think they're fine. I haven't had any problems with it, really. Not so bad so far. Okay, Dan sent me a DM. Did you send it to me on... Okay, you sent it to me on here. Oh, no. Why'd I open it in my chat window? And what is this? Why is this happening? Okay. Alright, I gotta do a drawing for Dan as one of my channel points things. He wants me to draw him in this outfit. Oh my god, look how stupid this outfit is. It's ridiculous. There's so many things going on with it. Read the DM before that? The paragraph? What? I already read that and I was so confused. I like woke up and I was like angry for like 2 seconds and then I was like, okay, he's trolling me. I don't know. And how to draw Dan as him, I just throw glasses on him. That's what we did last time. I drew an anime character and put glasses on it. That's kind of what happened, and I was like, what the fuck is Dan on? And then I was like, okay, this doesn't make any sense. I was honestly gonna say, man, this is less zippers than I thought would be happening. This is too big. I need this whole area. But that's too small. Alright, whatever. This, oh my god, dude. I don't even know where to begin drawing this. He has like a weird, his chin is like that. He's got a weird pointy chin. I'm just gonna draw a circle head like I always do. I'm not drawing in their style. Please just do the right thing. I gotta turn the smoothing up. Alright. His hair is like... His hair is like all over the place, dude. Look at this. His hair's nutty. He's got some Cloud Strife hair for sure. Yes, dude. Do my hair? I mean, that would definitely be simpler. But look, I've already done his amazing hair. You owe me a card? Okay. After I get this drawing done, I promise I'll do it. I don't know how else to make this like Dan. You got neck. I can't do that though. It's gotta be like... How do you do this to where you draw like his open chest? It'd be like that, I guess. Once again, it's gonna be one of these drawings where I'm gonna improvise by just drawing a ridiculous amount of... His shoulders are too high. You want to be holding your... How the hell did they do that? No, it would be... Oh my god. Please, Skyward Sword. No, I needed this. Yeah, okay. So we can do this. Yes, dude. Oh, it's perfect. Okay, we're gonna be able to do this pose. Just trace it. No, I'm not gonna trace it. We're gonna be able to do this sick pose, dude. It's just gonna be a normal key. It's not sharp at all. No, that's not a good key. It should be like... Oh, it's so quiet right now. It's more like that. And then... That's what keyblades look like. It's not sharp in the game either, yeah. Alright, well, thanks for shutting off my music, Nintendo. We'll, do this instead. The part that says blade. Use a Photoshop filter to make it look hand-drawn, yeah. Alright, I'm just gonna draw out your body like normal right now. That's a way too big of a body. I did that because I want him to have his hand in his pocket. Oh, this is weird perspective. Oh no. This isn't working how I wanted it to. There we go. No. It needs to be in more. Yeah, like that. This looks nothing like you, Dan. This just looks like an OC. Now that kind of looks like me. Okay. As long as you're happy with it, you know. Baggy shorts. Ankle. Big shoe. Those shoes are gonna take some work. Look at the amount of things that are on these pants. Oh my god, I hate it. I hate everything about how much is going on in this outfit. Mickey shoes. Dude, they're enormous. Yes! It's beautiful. And it's got like a weird fucking thing on it. It all makes sense now. Alright. So, enormous belt for no reason. Dan, I'm gonna warn you, this isn't gonna look anything like this outfit you sent me, buddy. Because I don't know how to draw this shit. Okay, so he's got like... Okay, there we go. And then this goes like this. Why? And then buttons. He's even got a necklace. Why? Why does he have all this shit? That's like too much. I can't draw the necklace. It's too much. Alright, here's your Kingdom Hearts character. I'm not even gonna say it's Sora, because then people are just gonna get mad. We're gonna do that. Let's take that nice light brown there. Draw the bling. Oh, yeah. I almost forgot. You gotta draw the, I was gonna draw dick hanging off of it, but I'm not allowed. Do you have mischief makers? Fuck yeah. Draw a bicep! What do you want as your charm, Dan? Oh my god. Dan, do you understand how hard this is gonna be to draw? It's like... But it's all like warped. It doesn't look like anything. What would be another good thing to put there, Dan? Draw the dick, but just not on stream. Shoes gotta be bigger, dude. They're pretty big. Sans? I need help. Dude, it's hard. It's hard to think of shit like this. What do we put for Dan's charm, guys? Can you give me some Ayayas in chat? I want to see what the Ayaya girl looks like. Hot dog. Oh my god, that's actually pretty good, Smithy. It's not a good hot dog, though. How do you draw a fucking hot dog, dude? I don't look like a hot dog. Make it dripping, yeah. Or a ketchup bottle. Ketchup bottle would be pretty good. Just has a ketchup bottle hanging off of it. Okay, Ayaya is like... No. Oh, that was too moany. Alright, he's gonna have a little weeb here. No, it just looks like a moaning face. A little weed? Okay, yeah, we can do that. How many leaves is it? Oh god, I don't know how to draw weed, dude. Was it like... It's 5, okay. How do you draw weed? This is the Yoshi stage in Mario Party 1, yeah. Do the hot dog. Dude, it's hard. The hot dog looks stupid. How do you draw weed? It just doesn't look like weed. It looks like a tree. Sharper and pointier. But is it like... Canadian leaf? The Star of David? Okay, that's easy to draw, actually. Okay, that's actually perfect, Dan. Fuck. Alright, there we go. It needs to be more, inside of it. Alright. That's how we're dealing with it. Alright, layer behind. Bong. I'm just gonna put Dan as Kingdom Hearts character, as Kingdom Hearts man. Dan's OC, I could put that. I don't know what's hair. It's terrible. Alright. This song plays like every stream, so I don't want to listen to it right now, even though it's great. So is this one. Give me a... Yeah, I'll listen to this right now. That's such a weird color. Let's grab this one. It's an even weirder color. Whatever. He's a god, he's my idol. I don't know what's hair. Did you know the guy who made the Chrono Trigger soundtrack made the What? Really? Well, I just played them back to back, so that's pretty cool. I did not know that though, no. That is very weird. It turns out it's one of the best soundtracks of all time. Yeah, it kicks ass. Alright, give me that red. I didn't even really draw that red anywhere. I did right here. That's like brown. What the fuck? I don't even know what this song is from. This sounds insanely good. What is this? I have it in my own library. Oh, yeah. Okay. Why, dude, all of this anime shit drives me fucking insane with how many colors they're using and how many sections of their fucking clothes there are. Oh my god, just fucking make up your mind. Has the word love in it. The feeling of a love. Yep. This is from Mega Man 64. We're slowly coloring, boys. I have to do it with a mouse or else my hand cramps. Which I'm fine with doing it with a mouse. Is it just stream drawings anyway? Mega Man Legends, yeah, MM64 Mega Man Legends. This is me in high school if I got like 10% more puss. Oh my god. %, is still 0% of 0. I was waiting for a joke like that. Alright, we're almost done coloring this man. I could barely talk to people. I was pretty awkward in high school myself. Not really awkward, I had a lot of friends, but... This actually makes no sense. His shoes look nothing like this, but that's okay. Sorry I go ultra silent mode whenever I draw, guys. It's a lot of focus for me for some reason. I don't even do this whenever I'm playing games. I can talk to chat easier whenever I'm playing games. Whenever I'm drawing, I'm just like sucked in. And okay, dude. Dan as Kingdom Hearts man. Just a Disney font? I don't think I have it. I don't think I have a Disney font. No, we have Sora at home. Sora at home. True. Alright, there you go, Dan. There's your drawing today. Waltograph. I'm gonna save this as this. Stream drawings. This would be Dan drawing number 2. Both of them were tough. He gave me some hard prompts. The key is for his bank. Yeah. All right. Dan, I hope you enjoy your drawing. I like that one better than the last one. All right. Sora Steinberg. Mikey, what's up? You can't even hear me. Dude, I'm just tossing things. All right. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. I just reminded myself. This needs to go. I put those 2 beers that I had in the freezer, and I just remembered because I wanted them to get cold fast. And I was like, oh shit. Whoops. Those bad boys are in the freezer. Alright, let me go to my stream drawings thing and post it in there. Did it just open that on my main monitor? There's nothing worse. Okay, I can actually get to it though. Okay, sick. What beers did you get? I just had 2 bushes in my backpack. All right. Let's get back here where we were sitting. Press A. Oh my god. He's really struggling. Now I'll be lurking. Okay, sounds good, Dan. Thank you, Purce. I'll cherish it forever. Let's see here. Oh yeah, we were on this big boulder. I'd completely forgot what we were doing. Beandog bark animation. Oh shit, yo Aki! Yo, thanks for the raid, homie. And thank you, Rick, for shouting out Aki. Yo, Gabe. Yo, how is Vanquish going? You've been playing that Vanquish. Dude, thank you for the raid. Guys, if you don't follow Aki, please do. He's an amazing friend. He's an amazing writer. Just a nice guy. Now you owe me a card. You're right. Once again, I'm always forgetting things. Alright. Let me get the cards out. Alright, Brandon. Let's see your luck tonight, baby. Let's see your luck tonight. You got an 8. Alright. It was Alien Isolation and Vanquish Day. It was kick-ass. Have you played Alien Isolation all the way through? Dude, I've wanted to play Isolation for like a long time, and somebody told me tonight that it's... Or, not tonight, but last week somebody was like, oh, that game fucking sucks. And I was like, oh. I was like, well... When's the next drinking hangout? Between me and you, Mikey? Because whenever the fuck you want, man. You always end it with a little bit of Vanquish? Okay, sick. Yeah, Vanquish looks crazy. I forgot that game existed. I used to always see people playing it. Oh yeah? Fuck yeah, let's go. Dude, anytime you want, Mikey. Well, we can make plans, dude. There are people that say Cuphead sucks. Yeah, that's true. Maybe I shouldn't listen to everybody's opinion. There's also people who constantly say this sucks, but the entire time I've been playing it, I'm enjoying the shit out of it. This is fun. I like this game. You can see people who don't have patience at all getting very angry at this. So I gotta find this guy's bomb bag. Where did you lose it exactly? In here? I'm starting to get it down where I can demolish bokoblins now. I was having a lot of trouble with them earlier. It's almost like opinions are subjective. I mean, I got into a big argument over Dark Souls 2 and 1 the other day, and then at the end of it, I just ended it by saying, I don't know why I'm arguing about this. It's not gonna change my opinion on why I like the first one more. Like, arguing over things that you like but other people don't is just, it's not worth it. That was a terrible toss. Oh my god, it worked. It has too much padding, but it's good. Okay. Played some VR chat with Bob, but he had to go to bed. Yeah, oh shit, dude. You always gotta remember it's an hour later for him, too. And he has to get up early for work every day. It sucks. I gotta play with Boss still. The problem is just making my schedule every week. Maybe I'll see if he plays this Thursday, because Thursday... I was gonna ask you guys what we should do on Thursday stream. If anything sounded fun. Oh, now this reminds me of Ocarina. Got slash left. Okay, these guys are starting to slap me a bit. What we need to do is honestly dodge around them, or just walk around them. Shit. Ah, you son of a bitch! Drink it. Whew. Hey, it's me, Bob. Okay, well, he's still alive. At least DS2 isn't as bad as DMC2. Okay, I also have not played DMC2, but everybody I've ever talked to that's played it said they hate it. I really like DMC1. I'm trying to get into the habit of saying I didn't have a good experience with it. Yeah, that's a good habit to get into, man. I just tell people I don't like it as much personally, but you can have whatever opinion you want. You gotta get down some VR chat someday. I know, that's exactly what we were just talking about. He was like, Bob's gotta go to bed, and then I was like, yeah, he's gotta go to bed because he has to wake up early. And then you said, hey, it's me, Bob. That's what I was saying is, what are you guys doing Thursday night? I don't know though, maybe chat wants me to do something on Thursday night? I don't know. I don't have any plans on Thursday. I'm just gonna drink and play games like normal. Yeah, Marin, exactly. I learned to love both of those games though. I just don't prefer them over Ocarina. Dude, fuck yeah. VR chat would be perfect for Thursday. Ba, are you guys gonna play on Thursday? It's okay if you are. If not, I might still do VR on Thursday, because that just sounds fun. VR chat while drunk, dude, sign me up. But I could probably join you Thursday. I'd be down with that, because I'm sure Gabe would play with us too. If he's not working. Jesus, man. Alright. As far as I know, I'm free. Sick. Yeah, I mean, anybody can play VR chat too. You guys don't have to have VR. So you can walk around with us and talk and shit. Yeah, Bob, I'd be down for that. Yeah, baby. Yeah, Bob, I've seen that, and now oh my god, dude, it would be perfect. We should definitely open up a world, Can we do private worlds with that? Ew, I don't like that. You don't like what? Shots and ladders, yikes. You can? Well, let's just make a private Purce world then. Purce and Ba world. Burse, Ba-Urs. You can't mix me and Ba's names. Oh, you don't like the sounds of the chest opening? What do you mean? It plays that in every single Zelda game. Ba-Urs, Pursing Stone. Yeah, that works. I'm getting excited and very... Ba! Never apologize to me. It's bad in this game? It's all orchestrated, so it just sounds weird to you, I bet. Aki, thank you for the lurk, bro. I hope you had a good stream. How's my pal? No idea. I hope he's okay. You don't think those monsters have... You must be worried yourself, not knowing your friend's dead or alive. Yeah. I'm not letting you borrow my bag, though. Nope, I'm giving it to you. Just don't blow yourself up. It's kind enough to give it to you, so make sure you take it. Well, I already had it in my inventory, so I wasn't gonna give it back. Cool. That bag's probably empty. Yeah, it is. Thank you. Kyle! Welcome in. Kyle said he wouldn't be here for the first 3 hours. He was correct. 3 hours. He's here. Nobody has badges? It's just a glitch. You'll see him. He only gave us 5? Wait. Did he just say you can put bomb flowers in the bag? Hold on a second. This is fucking amazing! Are you kidding me? This is the best mechanic ever put in a Zelda game. Free bombs for the whole game. How is streamer in chat? I'm doing good. I'm getting more energy now, Kyle. The first hour of my stream, I was really, like, tired and quiet. It was weird. But I'm getting my energy now. Just had to get back in the streaming zone. Yeah, that's definitely some quality of life shit. I, too, like bombs. Sometimes you gotta not be loud. It's okay. Dude, I'm so used to it. I'm always fucking loud. No, but legit, it was just like, I don't know. Beginning of stream, I was like, guys, I'm fucking tired. How the fuck would I get over there? Ba told me I was ugly because I was the Majora Moon. Ba hates Majora's Mask. There's not much I can do to help that, Gabe. Change the moon just to annoy me. That's something we're gonna have to do later, I'm gonna guess. Oh wait, but we still need to push this button in. Well, we just got bombs, so is it something with bombs? Oh, yeah. There's a spot right here that needs a bomb. I did not mean to do that. Dude, he doesn't like it. Alright. Ow! I tried swinging from underneath. No! So hit him. He puts it a certain way. Oh yeah. I'm seeing what the game's throwing down here. What is this? Alright, this doorway is just way too crazy. Well, I know who's not giving you 2,000 blood points to play it, Gabe. Well, shit, Bob, just let me know, man. It's no big deal if you're not around or you aren't feeling up to it. But on Thursday, I'll just plan to fuck around in VR chat and drink some beers. Ooh. Oh. Can I throw a bomb at you? Okay. I answered that question. No, Link! I'm always just fucking up anyways. Well, I'll try to get stuff set up with you ahead of time. Dude, streaming VR is like stressful. Oh my god. I only streamed it once. I think it was stressful because I didn't know about the comfort levels, like the viewer levels and all that shit. And everybody the whole time was like, oh my god, I'm gonna throw up. That would be really funny, Gabe. You just have to set it up before stream. I tried setting it up like on stream. I think like the first week of VR is so much learning, and then after that you're like, oh, this is pretty easy actually. All right. I feel like I'm still finding out new stuff about it, like, constantly. But I definitely have some good knowledge on the VR now. Dungeon map. Yeah, the camera stuff is really cool. I got that set up in Beat Saber now, so next time I stream Beat Saber, I'll be perfect. Okay, so, mine does not work. It literally just doesn't work. I clicked the camera and it's like, it said I couldn't use it or something. My trackers are also in really bad spots, so that's probably why, I would guess. Yeah, because I tried enabling them and it was like, no. Alright, treasure chest in there. These are already opened. Oh. I didn't even think I looked at that. Oh yeah, it wouldn't matter because they're on the headset itself. Yeah, it wouldn't let me do it for some reason. Might just be something I was doing wrong though. I didn't look into it, I didn't Google anything, so... Yeah, absolutely, Bo. I'm excited to fuck around with it. This is my least favorite part about... I used to not stream on Mondays. So I'm like, oh yeah, dude, that's only 2 days away. But now I'm like, oh fuck, no, it's actually 3 days away. Oh my god, I just ran him over. Alright, well... How am I supposed to get a bomb on that? Nice move, Slick. Oh, as soon as it hits the lava, it'll explode. I'm dumb. Okay, it broke more, so it just takes more than one bomb. Gotcha. I'm getting it down. I should go pick up more bombs. Dude, infinite bombs is the best thing I've ever seen. Right off the bat, too. Alright. The stored and bomb bag is probably... Yeah, honestly, that's a really sick mechanic. Alright, here we go. Keep rolling, rolling, rolling. Low capacity trade-off. Yeah, absolutely. I bet you can upgrade it, though. That's so mean. I feel awful doing that. Ah, there were more over here. I should have known. Ow. The fucking mole mitts are so sick, too. Ah, fuck. And I hit a bomb. Yeah, it just starts you off with only 10, which is different from normal. Okay, I've figured out the bokoblins now. Now to solve this. How do we get the boulder across here? Puzzies. Well, that was extra. Your VR leg's been good, right? Yeah, dude. I've only gotten motion sick once, and it was really bad, but, like, it was my fault because I just kept playing. And it was, the only game that made me motion sick was Pavlov. It was fucking awful. And it's because I was constantly, like, moving and turning and shooting and walking around. So I was like, yeah, it'll be fine, just keep going. And then oh my god, I felt awful the rest of the day. But that's the only time I have. The VR's been really good to me. No other games bother me. Little puzzy wuzzies for my brain. It's PvE only though. I think the PvP is what made it like so intense, so I would probably like that game more. What am I missing here, boys? What's the big brain move? Gotta be something with bombs, right? Or these lava things? Take a closer look at what's on this platform. It's just like a weird metal platform. Over there, there's nothing. Maybe go back into this room and see. Oh my god. Alright, so that's what those are. Now look at the map. Oh? Ah. The map was the move. Woo! Hot balls of fire, baby. Yeah, these are balls on fire. What's up, Abby? How you doing, man? Dude, he's getting smushed. Poor guy, he stood no chance. Oh, I'm on fire. Okay. So the map saved us there. And this is gonna roll us all the way back around. Awesome, man. God, that's so brutal. Pot. High on Potanus. Kumadizai. I'm in a singing mood, baby. Having a good night? Yeah, man. I'm having fun. Maybe I have to shoot this through. I haven't had to use this thing for a while. I just got a silver rupee with it, but that was it. The fact that these run away from it is really funny. Ah! That was the solution. This little beetle's cool. I like him as a mechanic. The controlling is a little tough, but... Puzzies, dude. Puzzies are hard. I like them. It's a really neat item. It's a little rough to control, but it's not bad. Alright. Alright, sick. Definitely a change from shooting the eyeballs with a bow, yeah. Well, it feels good too, because I just randomly pull it out whenever I'm like, okay, I can't get up there. So I pull out the golden beetle and fly it around, and almost every time there's a switch to hit with it. It's really neat. Well, goblins, they'll shock you? Oh my god, that sounds fucking terrible. I'm not looking forward to that at all, Marin. Oh, get over it. Holy shit, look at this! Shock trooper bokoblins, yeah. I'm trying to remember the beat to Lake of Fire right now. I've listened to it so many fucking times. Oh yeah. Go to Lake of Fire and Fire. See if we can do the 4th of July. How could I forget? Oh! Good references, Ma. Dude, fuck yeah. It's gonna be great. Actually, Monk, I asked smart cars. I'm scared. Holy shit. Ah, we made it to the other side. Alright, you're getting squished! Alright. This is advanced Frogger. Big splat. Yo, what's up, Crab? What's your opinion on ESO? Played it quite a bit. It was interesting, just confusing. I didn't have anyone to play it with, so it was kind of boring. I didn't play it after I went free to play. I went free to play a little bit too late. Oh, yo, this is insane. Oh my god, please make it. Oh, so close. My coggers are turning right now. What's up, Rick? MXC. Yeah, it's the boulder from MXC. That's totally some MXC shit, Gabe. Where's Guy Ladouche? Guy Ladouche. Kenny Blankenship, baby. Rhea has ESO and Red Dead 2 if you hop at any point in time. Yeah. I haven't talked to Rhea a lot lately. I gotta catch back up with her sometime. Just been keeping busy as shit, man. Why did we do this? Oh, that's a lot of boulders. Why did we come up here? I'm confused. You see that new game kind of like MXC? Is it like on right now? It's a new TV show? Fall Guys? No. Oh, it's a game. Okay, whenever you said that new game, for some reason I immediately thought game show. Just go down! They're not gonna respawn, right? That's very stupid. It looks like MXC but human vol flat. That sounds amazing. Oh, they do respawn. Holy shit. How does it respawn? How is this possible? Who's stalking these? Who is up there doing this? Okay, so there's a reason they had us go up here. I gotta like throw a bomb and break them down or something. Okay, I don't think that's it. Oh. What? Why'd you do that? Generating stone balls for eternity. I figured it out. Okay, we gotta hold it way longer than that. Okay, we can't cook them when taking them out of the pocket, so we gotta do this. Okay, that was too long. This should be good. Alright, I get it now. You just have to run halfway up. You had to get up here to throw the bomb down. You just gotta get halfway up and then stop in that little alcove. And then you'll be past him, I think. That's the solution. The coggers are turning. No. No. Link, you're so dumb. Alright. Like trying to be Spider-Man. GabeCube, did you have fun? Dude, Gabe fucking loves that game, bah. I'm gonna try this one more time. Alright, they don't want you to do that. VR makes it though. Yeah, okay, so I've only played it once. I played with Gabe and we went to a bunch of worlds where the VR just like didn't work. Like everything that you interacted with had to be done with mouse and keyboard. It was so fucking broken. So I just had like a bad first experience with it, but we'll make it fun. Bingo. This looks insane. This temple is fucking awesome. Boss key? Atlantis. Nice. Yep, that's the boss key. They're weird in this game. Oh, check. This shit's gonna be sick. Oh, no, wait. I thought it was... Oh, okay. I knew something was up here. Oh, shit! We Indiana Jones, boys! Ah! Oh, that's cool as shit. Dude, I love this fucking game. What the hell? Can't believe I slept on it for so long. Oh. Oh, we're good. Alright. Like that? Literally, it's the only reason why I don't rank Breath of the Wild higher, Markers. The dungeons of Breath of the Wild are really bad, in my opinion. The shrines are amazing. The temples, though, they're just like... Everything I ever did in them, I was like, okay, I don't feel like I solved that correctly. I got stuck in a fucking elephant and quit, exactly. Yeah, they're not even really dungeons. It's like figure out the puzzle to spawn the boss. And the puzzles made no sense to my brain. Besides that, I do really love Breath of the Wild. Yeah, I mean, I'd be down with that, but just make dungeons like that, you know? I like the any order shit. I'm still gonna do them because I'm a lame-o. I'm gonna do them in intended order. I mean, in Breath of the Wild, I didn't really have a choice. There was no intended order, but I did Zora, Birds. What fucking order did I do them in? I think I did Zora, Rudo, Goron, Gerudo, or something? I don't remember what order I did the last two in. I know those first two are right. Rick, I'm gonna box you. I'm gonna box you. I'm gonna hit you atop the head. You little man. You did Burr Blast. See, it's weird. Number of bosses, this will only be number 2. This is only the second dungeon in the game. I kind of don't want to start it while I have a full bladder, so maybe we should, maybe I should go pee. Okay, I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna go pee. Alright, I am back. Bum, 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 bum. That was the Unforgiving Desert from Earthbound. Guys, I'm gonna continue to do this this radio voice thing every time I come back. We're gonna make it a thing. I'm gonna tell you exactly what song you listen to, and from what game, and the console. Why, Rick? What's going on? Yeah, it was a pee break, Markers. Oh no! Not Girahim again! We're almost to 150, boys. Let me see. No, that's not it. This is so very embarrassing, but I seem to be at a loss for your name. I don't think I ever told him. He's like a bad rat. She keeps coming back. Not that it matters really. To tell you the truth, I'm feeling a bit frustrated. Right now, I just need someone to vent to. Get some friends, dude. I heard my underlings had finally captured the Spirit Maiden, so of course I rushed over here. What can I say? I was excited, flustered even. But what did I find when I arrived? That agent of the goddess. Shit once again. See, what I'm trying to say is... that goddess-serving dog escaped with the girl! I must have the Spirit Maiden in order to resurrect my master. Oh no, he's gonna bring back Ganon. You're thinking? Wait, so what are you saying right now? Whenever you say I'm Coggers, what do you mean? You're thinking? What are you thinking about? I got a little carried away there, didn't I? It's a character flaw of mine. Alright. Just spawn a boss that isn't you. He kind of reminds me of Vadi, but worse. Yes, making games. Other villainous cliches, right, uh-huh. Oh! No, I'm not saying Vadi is worse, I'm saying this guy is worse. Are you saying it's an insult to even compare the two? This boss looks fucking crazy. Insult to compare them. I like Vadi a lot. Ah, shit. That was my time. Come on! It's like Dodongo! What? Oh, what the fuck? I think I have to slice its eyeball after. I didn't do a great job. What the fuck? Oh, there we go. No! I could have got your ass so hard. What happens when you run out of bombs? I would hope there's some at the top. Alright, dog, I have an hour past my bedtime. Yo, Pa, thanks for coming in and hanging out, dude. You know I love hanging out with you. Anytime we get to talk is so nice. This Friday, man, seriously, just keep in touch with me. Just DM me on Discord. What we normally do whenever we make plans. And we'll keep in touch, brother. Oh shit, he just goes until he hits the top and falls down anyway. Yeah. Good night, Pa. Love you, brother. Stop blowing up my bombs. This is an insane arena. Alright, yeah, let's... Ah, shit. No, dude! It's the opposite of what I want to happen. Press A to throw it, and it just put it down. It's so hard to hit. He's going behind his armor. But yeah, this boss is fucking wild. It's really cool. I like him. Uh-oh. Oh! Alright, come here, big boy. Fuck. Oh, okay, dude. Oh! Oh my god. What's happening? Why is there just mayhem in chat? Ooh. Guys, please! Alright, really, guys? My own mods. Alright. Don't know why there wasn't a cooldown on that one. Thank you, Gabe, for doing the initial Discord. You're a good egg. Kyle, please. Oh my dear God. Alright, well, he's just gonna roll back down. Yeah, we talked about it earlier, like, wow, wouldn't that be crazy if I could pay my mods? Now I don't regret it. Oh my God, Matt! Matt, I can't hit him! Help me! Okay, we got him. Matt, thank you for the raid! Welcome in, dude. Playing Persona 2. Did you beat Persona 1? I know you were on it for a long time. Candy and Summer. Good one, Rick. Good one, Rick. Yeah, you can't do that, Naf. I don't have you as a trusted person. You think I would trust you, Naf? Matt, thank you so much for the raid, man. I hope Persona 2 treated you well. Heart container. We're gonna get closer to that second row before we know it. He was kind of spidery. Are you getting big brain thoughts, or are you just thinking really hard? Matt, dude! Holy shit.
Shooting almost a whole year now.
It is almost a whole year now. God damn, thank you for 10 months. Both Matts came in at the same time. Matt, thanks, dog. I beat Persona 1 and 2 Innocent Sin. What the hell? There's 2 Persona 2 games? Is it like... Huh. That's interesting. Why is there a lock icon on Discord, like where the hashtag is? Did my bot not automatically... My bot might not have... Where's my mods thing? You should be able to talk normally. If there's locks on it, it just means that you have to have a role to talk in it. But, my bot will give you a role whenever you join. I'm fucking innocent. Okay. Good night, Wyatt. Thanks for hanging out, dog. Sleep well. Yeah, Matt. 10 months. Thank you. And other Matt. Canadian Summer Matt. Thank you for the raid. Thank you, guys. I hope you're doing good. How the hell did the two Persona games work? It's confusing, you know. Interesting, Matt, because I'm actually really liking it. Okay, we actually get to see her. Last overshift ever tonight, and I'm finally back to not being sleep deprived. Fuck yeah, dude, that's good news. Oh! Took you far too long to get here. Looking at you, I fear the goddess has mistaken her choice of agents. Jesus, dude. I'm sorry, I couldn't figure out the puzzles fast. This failure is an indication you have no hope of defending her grace from those who seek to assail her. Do my words anger you, boy? Do my words sting? Let them. If I had not come when I did, your Zelda would already have fallen in the hands of the enemy. Truth of it is you are too late, and you failed to protect her. That's also true, Matt. That is also true. That is also true. If you wish to be of help to her grace. Oh my god, these raids, dude. Everyone's raiding. Hashtag love this boy. Love that boy, dude. Oh my god. Nico! How's Banjo? Did you beat it? Did you 100% it, baby? Welcome in, everybody, with Nico. Alma, what's up? Coro Cola, yo! Hashtag love this boy. Say the same back to Nico. We got that 100% nice, dude. Mr. Clutch sent me a clip of your stream. Nico, my cousin. Yeah, Nico, that's impressive, man. That's a long game. Long game to 100%. Nico's just really good at doing that. Nico's got his N64 knowledge, baby. Well, Nico, thank you so much, guys. If you don't follow Nico, please do. He's a sweet boy. Took Gabe like 4 streams. Well, Gabe was blind to it as well. Banjo-Tooie is eef. Ranta says that's kind of a yeah. We just actually got some story out of this game, Nico, and my heart's kinda like breaking in half. Nico, this game is like top tier. The motion controls are give or take for me, but the game is like the dungeons have been so sick so far. We just got our first little lick of story, and I'm excited. I see the lips that Smithy's talking about now. In this cutscene, his lips do look very big. I have a message written in the language of the gods of old. Allow me to translate for you. He's wearing lip gloss. He's got Kylie Jenner lips. Oh yeah, Dullard, I could definitely see that. How you doing, man? I remember this now. Yeah. This was the fire temple, basically. We just beat it. You kind of wish some of the motion controls... see, that's the thing. I don't know, man. I'm not an enormous fan of them, but I also don't hate them. It doesn't ruin the game for me. Where'd you get the bruh button? I'm pretty sure it's like bruhbutton.com. It's so stupid. It's the dumbest thing I own. Mr. Lunkus, it appears Zelda has cleansed herself in the waters of this fountain. I project she is traveling to a region known as Lanayru. Okay, awesome. Cool, man. We got a temple done, and we're going to be able to open up some new stuff. You're saying that statue is the same as in Breath of the Wild? I wasn't even paying attention. Swinging the sword while running? That would be very nice, yeah. That would be convenient. Played through Skyward Sword once, liked it, but I haven't felt any desire to play it since. I mean, all Zelda games are like that, where they're really long. Unless you play them a lot of times, then you get it down to where you can play them faster. But I mean, they're all really long games. And I hear this one is like really long, so. Alright. It's $15? Yeah, it probably was. I told you it was the dumbest thing I've ever bought. Oh, that's awesome, Marcos. I didn't even realize it. I was mad. It was too late. I was too late to look. Ranter, I have a lot of stuff that I buy like for my stream, though. It's like I'm willing to spend money on little gags and stuff. I need to push myself through a second playthrough so I can beat hero mode. Oh, does this have hero mode? I didn't even know it did. We did hero mode on Wind Waker. It was fun. The end of the game was pretty tough, but we still pulled through it. Still haven't gotten to Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild's good, man. It's a very different game. I think it's one of the harder Zelda games, too. The bosses aren't so bad, but just like getting the movement down. Some of the enemies in that game are insanely difficult. I love Twilight Princess, my favorite 3D Legend Zelda. I love Twilight Princess, too. Yeah, just all the 3D ones are really long. Good advice. Is this emulated? No, I'm actually playing this on my original Wii. That's why it might look a little fuzzy. Because the Wii is pretty old now. It's true, Markers. Wind Waker's really good. I really like Wind Waker. Ocarina of Time's my favorite 3D Zelda, and then after that... Shit, I don't know, dude. It's hard. I really like Twilight Princess. Alright. Oh, damn, we finished this now. I didn't even realize. So we're gonna start collecting something else now. My first is OT, second is Majora's Mask. That's fair. I had Majora's Mask growing up, but the The 3-day timer frustrated me so much as a kid that I never got into it until years and years later. I really appreciate Majora's Mask now. It's just a different game. I have it on my shelf. I just need to play it. Can't count how many times I've played through 1 and 2. Retro Zelda will always be my preference. Yeah, man, if you ever find the time. I mean, that's the thing, is Breath of the Wild is such a big time sink, too. Ones I replay the most, I've played through Ocarina the most, like over and over again. Minish Cap on the Game Boy Advance, I replay that one quite a bit. It's been years since I play it now, but I used to replay it all the time. What other Zelda game have I played like multiple times? Twilight Princess I've played quite a few times. I can't think of what else. So basically right now, on Wednesdays, I've been making progress on it, but I have this project where I'm playing through every mainline Zelda game on stream to experience all of them with chat, because I don't know, I just thought it'd be nice to actually play through all of them. So, we're doing it. There's some in there that I've never played, or I think I've played all of them. There's a lot of them that I haven't played for that long. Well, Spirit Tracks technically I've never played. So that one will be fully blind, but can't wait to see you stream Minish Cap. I'm so curious. You're curious about Minish Cap, or like how well I can play it? Because I'm not that great at it, I know it. Okay, so which three have we done already? We have done The Legend of Zelda 1 on the NES, Ocarina of Time, and The Wind Waker. 3 of the games we were just talking about earlier. I always forget to go to this screen. I'm supposed to go to it at the beginning of my streams and stuff. But we're marking them off of the tree once we do them. Dollar, thank you so much for the follow, man. Welcome in. Yeah, if you guys didn't know me before tonight, I'm Purce. I stream lots of Nintendo games. I play kind of whatever, but most of the time it's Nintendo. N64 is my jam, and yeah, right now I'm working through all the Zelda games whenever I think of actually playing them. You've never seen Minish Cap gameplay? Oh, I love that game so much. Yeah, thanks, man. Are you gonna stream Megami Tensei 3 and 5 when they come to Switch? I've never played any of those, actually. So, one thing about me is I didn't grow up with RPGs that much. It wasn't until I grew up that I started playing some that I really wanted to play. I played Earthbound about a year and a half ago, and it's now like one of my favorite games of all time. And then we played Mother 3 after that, and it's one of my favorite games. Yeah, so I'm just now getting onto this RPG train, because for some reason, I just wasn't interested in them as a kid. But now I am, so it's never too late to experience these things. But that's a problem with, Nintendo makes so many RPGs, and I'm like, I have no idea what these are. And I'm obsessed with playing everything in order. Except for this project, because I've already, like, I know what all the games look like and stuff. And these don't have a specific order anyway. So. N64 is my favorite console. N64 and PS1, maybe. Love you too, Mui. I hope work was okay. I help, yeah. The attention span for it, I don't know. I just used to think turn-based things were boring, which is weird because I played Pokemon my whole life. So I don't know. I guess the Pokemon caught my attention enough. 10 rupees? Oh, that's cheap as shit. Okay. That was a cool Becoming a Legend TM graphic. I wonder who did that. Can I get a shout out for Rick, please? Rick does a lot of art for my channel. He drew my profile picture, and he drew that amazing tree that you guys saw all the games on. Yo, what's up, Grant? Here you go. Good as new. Looks like you're out of shields that need repairing. Well, I've only got one. Alright, can we upgrade anything yet, dude? I haven't even used that yet. Slingshot, I need 2 Dusk Relics. Scattershot, I don't know if I want a Scattershot. This upgraded Seed Satchel I want. I need 2 more Monster Claws and 1 more Ornamental Skull. The shield, 1 more Monster Claw, and I can upgrade it. Alright. Megami Tensei 3 Nocturne is super hard. Oh yeah, that's the one they just announced they're remastering, right? Thinking of the right one? Alright, let's buy this. I don't know if we got any more cubes while we were gone. It makes her sad. I don't understand sprite sheets. Okay, so you don't have to copy other people's, Rick. You can make it however you want. It's however you want to organize it. Just talk to, like I said, just talk to Pixel or someone. They all understand it. Just ask people for help. You got lots of friends who will help on it. Kyle understands it. Talk to Kyle. Kyle knows how sprite sheets work. Just ask Kyle. I'm pretty sure Kyle's home now, so he could maybe message you. No, Megami Tensei's it's... Oh god, that sounds confusing. Really? Why are you sad? I just told you to message people and it'll help, and you're like, ah, no. No, I won't listen to your advice. Rick, why do you never take my advice on anything? You always disregard my advice. Kitten, no, it's a... No. Marin, don't get excited about that thing. That thing is fucking evil. That is no cat. I mistook it for a cat as well. It's evil. Cool, I don't have one of those yet. I am lone wolf. Alright. Then stop asking me for advice, Rick. Because I'm not gonna help you anymore now. How do I get that? Where's this treasure chest at? Is it in here? No, that doesn't make any sense. Oh, it's in there. How the hell do you get in there? It looked like there's a hole in the floor. Oh my god, dude. Alright, this one is friendly. It's... I didn't know we were playing Animal Crossing now. I'm aware of what it does. Don't care. I could have swore that I saw like a hole in the ground that you could... Maybe that's how you get in. Aha! Ah, you gotta be able to swim underwater. God dang it. Dude, that's gonna drive me insane. I want that so bad. Zoom out. Okay. Okay, I didn't want to zoom out that much. Alright, we're zoomed out too much now. I don't know if there was more chests. Honestly, I think we're done here. We just need to go to the next dungeon. Kuji Cozy Okada? Multiple sub-series. Oh my god, dude, there's too much going on. I don't even know that I want to get into that. That sounds like a lot, like thousands of hours. Yeah, thank you, Markers. Dude, I demolished that thing. You can always use your magnet rune. Oh, wait. Wrong game. That would be nice, man. Is there anything else out here now? The bamboo man. He wants me to have a better sword, which I didn't even know I could get in the game. Where do you meet him? Is he just... I wonder if he's down here. I honestly don't know where the game's gonna go after these first 3 dungeons. Because apparently that tablet is done now. Is it desert? Oh no. I think what I said was poor. Worded it poorly. It has to be at night. Oh, so he's up in Skylaw. Game is over. Okay, someone told me this game was absurdly long, so... Weird whup. What's up, Pixel? This arid region was transformed into a desert. Okay. Oh, there's more over there. Taking a break from animating? Hell yeah, dude. Kyle, welcome back. Yo, if Rick will actually message you, Rick's trying to figure out how sprite sheets work, and I told him to ask either you or Pixel, and then Rick said no. I was like, okay, then why are you asking me for help? Rick is confusing me! This place is where you gave up? Oh, that's not a good sign. He blows up my DMs! Did he actually message you, though? It's good. He actually does listen to me. He just likes to say that he didn't. Well, I think Rick is trying to like match his sprite sheet to someone else's. I told him don't like compare yours to someone else's. It's just however you want to organize it, really. Damn it. It does? Oh, well, then that should be pretty easy. Oh, sick. Okay, I needed one more of those to upgrade my shield. So that's nice. I don't know why I got a whole fucking presentation for getting that one. I already had one, but... Okay, I thought there was a hallway off of that. Speaking of your shield, put it back on. Okay, yeah, good point. Okay, well that worked. Oh no. Sappy boys. No! Get up on it, Link! Jesus. One of the big flaws of this game? What's that, Marin? Rick, it is gonna be the exact same thing in Game Maker, but they're not gonna give you templates. It's gonna be harder. I think you're thinking it's easier to use those programs, but those programs are like millions of miles more difficult than RPG Maker. Oh god, lightning bokoblins soon. Oh, interesting. Yeah, Unity I don't know how to use. Fuck that. In Game Maker, you have to learn a language to use, so... I don't know. Well, that's what I'm saying! I'm telling you, that's what I'm telling you, Rick. You have to learn a language to use Game Maker. Yes, it can, Rick. I already told you it can. If you don't believe me, then I don't know what to tell you. I promise you it can, Rick. Oh, this is awesome. Yeah. I like the message you put with it, Grant.
Yeah.
Yeah. Grant, thank you for 7 months of sub, brother. I love you. What the heck is happening here? Dude, it's like we went back in time to whenever it wasn't all rotted. This is fucking sick. Minecart in front of the door is going to pass through here, so it's dangerous for you to be there. Firm? Maybe you should just go away. A flat game? What do you mean a flat game? What does that mean, Rick? What do you mean flat? Flat is not a thing that you say in game development. You don't call something a flat game. It's not gonna be a side scroller. You can make fucking... Rick, I'm sorry I'm yelling at you, but we already told you this like 3 hours ago. No, he wants to make... He's not trying to make 3D. By flat, he means a side scroller. And... one-dimensional. A past time state. Yeah, so this is back in time before they were all dead. Oh no. They are kind of like Mr. Saturn. Don't make fun of him. He's not understanding what I'm saying. Oh, wait, what? Whoa! Oh my god, you know what this reminds me of? Oh no. The train carts is reminding me of a certain Game Boy Zelda now. The mine carts. Okay. Oracle. Play the CDI Zelda. I said I would do a showcase of them once I've completed all of them. So they will happen in 2 years or whatever. DK minecarts, that's true. Fuck that. Yeah, game dev is no joke. But if you want to make a game, you can in RPG Maker pretty easily. It's going to take a lot of work still, but you can make it without knowing like anything. TK64 nightmares. You're most pumped for Phantom Hourglass? Phantom Hourglass will be exciting. I could never finish it as a kid. It confused the shit out of me. That's actually true, Pixel. If game making was easy in Game Maker Studio, then, or whatever we wanted to code in. If it was easy, me and Pixel would already have full-fledged games out. It's a lot of work, man. And I don't want to make my game an RPG Maker because I want to give myself the challenge of learning Game Maker Studio and everything. Mine's in Unity. Yeah, mine I was doing Game Maker Studio because it has everything I need. I could, genuinely, if I wanted to, fucking Lisa was made in RPG Maker, and that game is unbelievably beautiful. Well, like, I guess the art style's simple, but I mean, like, it's one of the best games ever. Rick, we do understand what you're trying to say. You don't understand what we're trying to say. Ooh, what are we supposed to do here? No, Kyle, that's sad. I thought of you yesterday, kinda a sad story. What the fuck? Wait, what's sad about it? You got me intrigued now, Grant. Oh, basketball. Rick, shut up. I'm gonna beat the shit out of you. Let's go, Bash Bro. Uh-oh. Fucking Marin and Markers are holding the party again. Watch out, guys. That's a good reason to think of Rick. Well, did you cook it in the microwave though, Grant? Because otherwise you weren't cooking it like Rick. Big time! Oh shit, dude, he's going in. Gabe, how many do you have? How much is that? Is that like all of your points? Oh, don't tell me it slid off. This is a sad story. Man, if you lose, you know who to blame it on. Throw it. Beautiful. Why am I doing this? I don't need to be doing this. Oh, because there's rupees behind it. No! Oh. Oh, good. You guys did it. Nobody was a party pooper, nobody did anything bad. Grant, that's fucking terrible. I would actually probably cry if that happened. You gotta hold it from the middle. Alright. Holy shit, this is crazy. I don't like the introduction of electric enemies everywhere. Not the biggest of fans. Electric and sand and Pokemon that wouldn't mix. You're right. Fuck. I even kill you guys. You don't give me anything. So I immediately put another one in the oven. And then that one you were very careful on. Remember when the plate broke on Mamma Mia 2? Don't remind me, dude. Yeah, you know why? Because I was holding it by the fucking edge. Unbelievable. The fucking pizza that I made, it was so heavy that I was holding this plate by the edge and it fucking snapped in half. Yeah, you remember whenever everyone thought that the ending of Mamma Mia 2 was real? That might be one of my proudest moments. I can't believe that that convinced you guys. I wasn't even trying to do that. I figured everyone would just go, haha, LOL. Good ending to the stream, that's a good idea. But everyone actually went, oh my god. Oh, Nico, that's even worse, because then you have to clean it out. You should have gone silent for a week. I really wanted to. But, like, chat believed it so much. I remember Marker's, like, personally, like, DM me, and he's like, dude, are you okay? He was like, please, like, keep in touch with me. I was like, dude, I'm fine. It was just an MP3 that I played. It's really funny. Nice to know I have good friends. Oh my god! Probably just gonna throw the rug away. Jebaited. We actually jebaited them. Alright, what's the move in this shithole? I kinda hate this area right now. Okay, so that's the place I can't make it. Is there something I'm missing? Is there an item I should have where you can walk on sand? Yeah, me too, Nico. Fuck that, dude. Clean the bottom of that oven had to have been tragic. Ugh. I don't get it. Chat, I don't get it. What's the solution? Grab the ledge! Burned pizza. Look, man, you'd rather eat that than have a pizza fall in the bottom of your oven, though, because that's actually just so tragic. Oh my god, no! Oh, whew. Alright, so we did all this. God, I really don't want to run back just to find out that the solution is in here. Yeah, I actually need your help. Okay. Oh, I get it. I don't get it. I'm gonna do so much cooking this week while I'm alone. Hell yeah, dude. I need a hint. There's no longer an active mine. You can see the remnants of a highly efficient transport system here. Yep. These carts are vital in moving around this area. Grab a cart with A and move it. Okay, yeah. Okay. How do I power this one? The lightning boys? Will you guys power it? If you just hit it? Dude, he can't even make that. What? I am pissed. This is weird. Oh my god. And up here was just this place that I couldn't go. Okay, so we have to get light up here somehow, because there is a guy there. Yeah, Kyle, I feel like I haven't even gotten to talk to you much because you're getting so much shit done, which is a good excuse. Or, not a good excuse, but a good reason. But it is weird. Alright. Yikes. Okay, so we can get over here somehow. How do I get over there? Holy shit, am I confused, boys. They're hidden in... Oh. I didn't know they could fucking hide him in there. I need your opinion on something? Alright, what's up, Pixel? What do you need my opinion on, buddy? I should have tried that. I saw the rocks down there, but I was like, oh. Come on, I did the fucking vertical. Oh shit, you can turn time back. Oh! That's interesting. I'm sure they'll use that later. I fixed that little Napoleon sound box. Yeah, Mom gave me one. I was like, I really don't need this at my apartment, Mom. But I do have it. I think I left it out in my car. It's in my car, but... Thank you. What was wrong with it? Did it just need batteries? Give me a second. It's a bit long. Okay. I didn't know if you wanted it or not. There were 2 of them. So I have one, and the other one's over there. It was all corroded. I probably should have guessed that as well. Yeah, there's 2 of them, so if you see it still sitting over there, I have one. Oh shit, well never mind. Yeah, there were 2, and I have one of them now, so... You interested in the time shift stones? A little bit, but I mean, I already have it gone and going now. God damn it, man. I tried so hard to get away from that. Dekubabas, you're the worst. Alright. This is all grass now. Very good. Just get up in this. Cool. It probably says tots. Like tater tots, I would guess. But the audio quality is so bad on it, it sounds like cops. Yeah. We've arrived at the desert. Alright, sick. Yeah, give me some of your tots. I have confirmed numerous areas of sink sand. Yeah, looks like that's what 90% of this area is gonna be. Bodily danger has been increased by 30%. Check the terrain on your map. Okay. Alright, thank you. Thank you, Fine. Thank you, Fee. Thank you, Poopy. The readings indicated Zelda's passed through here. Okay, but I'm gonna get to her again, and Impa's just gonna be like, no. Damn, dude, we got a big-ass Triforce up there. So is my goal today to get this cycle done and dusted, but I have at minimum 3 hours of work left, which means sleeping past 5 a.m. and it would suck. True. I have this cycle and another short animation to finish by Thursday. Tomorrow will be Tuesday. Chuck through working tomorrow too. Probably wake up at like 3 p.m. Just get a productive day tomorrow, dude. You were up all night last night. That's my advice on that. Take some time off. Rick, you were probably explaining it so well. Rick, you never said no whenever I explained it my way, though. I was like, you mean side-scroller. You never said no. You just stopped talking and then went, I'm angry. So wait, what are you talking about? Impa kind of is cock-blocking, you're right. Dude, this area is huge! Look at this guy! Well then. Shit moving around and animated on screen? What, like clouds and stuff? Yeah, you would just make them sprites and then put them on the screen. Flat? Rick, the word flat you were using for that is just not the word you were looking for, buddy. Yeah, absolutely, Pixel. You've been working really hard on it. I mean, tomorrow's only Tuesday, so just pick one day to go hard, but get some good sleep, man. Just make sure you keep up with that walk cycle you're working on. You'll have time to do it, though. Especially if you said it's only like 3 more hours. You got 2 more days, so. Like in the original Pokemon, everything's frozen. Okay, but in Cuphead, everything fucking moves. Yeah, I mean, you could... What, like the terrain and stuff? He wants everything to be animated, is what he meant to say, not flat. Still and animated are the words I think Rick was looking for. He wants everything to be animated. Yeah, Rick, you were calling everything flat. Which, if you were to say that, you would make us think 2D and 3D. If you said, I don't want everything to be still, I would have been like, yeah, you can just animate it all. Yeah. I'll work my hardest tomorrow. Good call, buddy. That's the move. Nah! I missed him. Shit. I just always assume Rick knows what he's talking about whenever it comes to, like, terms, considering he's an artist. But sometimes Rick is just like, I don't know what that means. And I'm like, oh. It needed pictures. Oh boy. Fuck you. Get to him, get him, get him, get him, get him, get him! Yes. These guys kind of suck, dude. Mm-mm. To hear Purce say anime? No. I never said that, no. Hi, Dan. I said animation. Yeah, Pixel. Me when Animal Crossing. Na 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 na. Let's read this. Read this? Let's open this. Tastes like red. Cranberry. You got a tumble. A big old tumbleweed. What's the point of this? Oh, it's like that. Hi, Dan. Been drawing and lurking. Dude, I'm fucking... I had to do a couple of big brain things that were really throwing me off, man. My brain started becoming mush a minute ago, but I finally figured out the puzzle. With help of chat, of course. All I read in chat was those rocks at the end. I was like, oh. You're right, I should do something about those rocks at the end. Imagine Mother, but things are moving. I mean, like, that's the thing, Rick, is like there's moving water, the trees move and shit. If that's what you meant, you just mean you want the whole world to be like really animated, like lively. Instead of still images. That's a lot of work, dude. Okay, can't do that. Desert time, baby. I'm gonna start getting stuck. This is already, there's so many places to go. I don't think I can run through that. Yeah, this music's great. Is there a door over here or something? There is, but it's locked. Sometimes you just hit like a dead end. Like I get over here and then it just ends and I'm like, oh. What are these? Is this supposed to be a target? I don't know what that's supposed to be. Oh. Oh my god. Well, I'm not gonna be able to throw that far. I'm willing to bet hook shot. Maybe. Howdy, I'm Smithy Toon. Smithy? There's someone named Smithy in our chat. Seen like thousands of Pokemon eggs this week. I'm kind of glad my Switch is to charge now. Oh shit, dude. What am I supposed to do here? We can't quite make it in those. I hope to hear more of that Oddity game. Oh yeah, the Mother 4 project, baby. I'm sure we won't get news on it for a long time. But definitely. Knuckle Sandwich is making really good progress, Nico. The WarioWare Mother 3 inspired game. Knuckle Sandwich is getting really far into development. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, okay. So this is where we started. Bayonetta 3? I actually haven't played any of the Bayonettas all the way through. I played one a bit. I know that Bayonetta 2 is... Did they put Bayonetta 2 on the Switch now, didn't they? Knuck me up. Dude, Knuckle Sandwich is gonna be so fun. It'll be nice because I know that Oddity is gonna take them a very long time. So it's gonna be really sick to play another RPG in the meantime. They're fun, I recommend. Yeah, they're a lot like Devil May Cry, yeah. I really like Devil May Cry. You enjoyed 2 the most? I need to play them. I think they put 1 and 2 on Switch. That would be the way to play it, it seems. Alright, well, I guess I'm just gonna try this, and I'm probably gonna die. Oh yeah, definitely gonna die. You gotta start off with the basics first, Rick. Make the main character, get the movement down how you want it. Make a starting area. Write the story out first. The next path lies in those cages. Ah, I just saw it. Damn, dude, the puzzles in this game are pretty good. This is just open. Okay. How would I... Oh, okay, you could definitely jump up onto that. Yeah, Rick, if you're making a project like that, like, why don't you hit up, like, Pixel and Shane and Kyle? And, like, have them help you work on it. God, I keep forgetting that they're in the rocks. Sorry, my brain takes a while to figure out puzzles sometimes. I appreciate the hints. There you go, I sent you a good picture. Is it good, Dan? Oh my god, it's the fucking revolver ocelot, but the revolver stays in the same spot. The image freaks me out. Oh my god! Thank you, Dan. Get some good sleep, man. Thanks for hanging out. I love that shit. Yeah, that's also true, Kyle. That's a really good, like, first piece of advice. Night, Dan. Beautiful. Oh no, Marin warned us, but here we are. I still wasn't ready for it, Markers. Marin warned us so hard. There's your golden goose. Rick's smooth brain, wow. If you hadn't come along, they would have sucked all the electricity out of me. You have a beetle. I will upgrade the beetle for you? What could it possibly... Oh, sick! That's actually awesome. No, it's not a hook shot. You can just pick up things with it now. I was wondering why we couldn't do that before. I do want a hook shot. But not yet, apparently. Yo, Matt, thank you for the host, brother. Guys, I've got to pee again, like, really bad. Alright. Give me a second here. Why did it end? No, I hate that. We already listened to, like, all these songs tonight. There we go. Alright, I'll be right back. I gotta pee! Okay, I am back. Shit, man, we honestly don't have that much of stream left. Tonight kind of flew by. It took me a while to get, like, in the streaming zone tonight, so it was kind of weird, but we got a lot of progress done. Or we made a lot of progress, I should say. Let's see. Well, we do have the hook beetle now. So something, we've got to be doing something with this, I'm gonna guess. What can we all pick up? Okay, so that doesn't do anything. Oh. I didn't realize what these were. Woo! I thought, honestly, I saw there was something weird and like blue on top of these trees. I just thought it was like either part of it or I thought it was a rupee or something, so I wasn't paying attention. If I was seeing it, well, if I was seeing it was bombs, I would have been more confused, honestly, but shit. Nice. I have a project I want to do to kiss every dog I see. It's a good project, Nico. All right. This is more of that fucking amber shit. Why is there so much of this? Oh my god. Come on, you got it! Yes. Can I fuck this thing up? This thing's huge. Alright, I'm gonna catch this, dude. Yes! Sand cicada, gross. Yo, what's up, Maddie? How you doing, buddy? Gonna have a drawing to make cute girls. That's also a very good goal. Oh no. Bird is coming. I feel like that's something I shouldn't pay attention to right now. Okay, we're getting closer to being able to hit that cube, which is nice. Because I've been staring at it for a while. Okay. Can we kill this bird with this? We can. All right. What else can we do? There's all sorts of shit in here. I think we could probably make that run. See if we can kill them with this. Okay, we can. This is the best thing yet. It's overpowered. Should be able to kill this thing with it. Just get rid of every enemy over here and then it'll be easy. Hyrulean Cramorant. I can't stop thinking about Knives Out. Dude, it was really good. I watched Knives Out last night, guys. That shit was fucking sick. Yeah, it was crazy good, dude. Oh, you know what? Does this count as oh shit. I was wondering why those shells stayed around. Damn it. So we need to kill it like halfway. Alright. I'm seeing. I was wondering why they respawned. I was like, that's kind of annoying. Alright. Get all of our stamina back. This is perfection. That seems pretty far away. Okay, wow. Love Knives Out. Dude, it was amazing. It was really, really good. Like, literally like up there. Pretty high up there. Would definitely watch again and would definitely recommend it. Not those other squares. They don't deserve you, Pixel. I honestly would have kept forgetting about that movie too until you reminded me that it existed. So I probably would have like never gotten around to it. Alright. Oh yeah, that's easy mode. Alright, from here to there though. Not looking great. Turkmenistan Hotel. Good night, Ranta Ray. Thank you so much for hanging out, man. I appreciated having you here. Yeah, we gotta watch that soon. Oh, I was wondering why the top of that looked like that. Can I get you to come, like, over here? Ugh, he's being so annoying. What if I go, like, all the way over here? Budapest? Yo, Maddie, thank you for the hydrate. I do need to drink more of my water. Dude. Oh, yeah, yeah. That's good enough. That's good enough. I can have him roll here. Ah! I wanted it to roll left. Nice. God, dude, this desert actually kind of sucks. I definitely don't prefer this quicksand shit. Crab, thank you for the host, dude. Save. All right. Rick, I'm gonna recommend something. If you're gonna go through on that project, maybe don't tell me anything about it. Hello world, ILU, thank you so much for the follow. I love you too, baby. No, Rick, I'm just saying, like, if you keep me updated on the whole thing whenever I get to it, you know, I'm gonna be like, hey, I know the entire game. That just seems like a project that would be good kept secret, you know? I mean, I'm glad I got to help you a little bit. Yeah, hello world, we've been talking about making games all night and shit. That's gonna be a big... That's a big, yeah, that's a bruh. Oh, that's... When the project dies, you won't be disappointed. Like Purce 64? Don't you dare tell me that you're making a Purce 64. Yeah, Rick, just talk to somebody else about it then. I know how bad you are with secrets. But Rick, what if I told you the secret is gonna be, or I'm gonna like it 10 times more if I don't know about it? What, Pixel? Oh, man. You guys shouldn't have told me. Now I'm just sad. Damn it, dude. My timing was bad again. Okay, bye. What do you mean? I didn't say you make me sad. The best thing that one of my mods has just randomly made for me was whenever Kyle modified the sprites in Super Mario Bros. 3 and just made it blue and changed the letter to P and changed the logo of the game. That was one of the best things I've like ever received, and he did it like really fast. He's like, oh, it didn't take me that long. God damn it. I want more projects like that. They're so cool, but I can't be like, yo guys, make more of those. It's a lot of work. I've got like Rick and Pixel as like people who will do art related to my stream. I don't got that Vine Sauce community where people will make entire like movies for you and shit. That's what it's like whenever you have like 1 million viewers though. Kyle too. Kyle makes some good random shit for me. But I love stuff like that. It warms my heart. Yeah, exactly, Kyle. I'm not gonna lie, guys. This area is pretty poop. Wow, I'm glad that I just took 40 seconds of my time to do that. Oh, there's a bomb right on top of here. Oh, great. He sees me now. Yeah, the secret special schedule. Yeah, that was a good idea, Kyle. I really hope this guy doesn't see me. Alright, I think this is gonna make it over here. And then hopefully that's the last one I have to explode. Starts getting dark, we need to go. Alright, there it is. Alright. Sick, dude. Thank you guys for hanging out tonight. I know sometimes I can get a little focused on Zeldors. Temple of Time? What? Sometimes Zelda isn't everybody's bag, but I'm having fun with it. Nice chill it's not even Wednesday, it's fucking Monday. Nice chill Monday stream. Normally Wednesdays I try to do chill stuff on. Wait, do I want to be doing that? Yeah, I was gonna say, I definitely did not want to push that down there. Oh no, dude! Oh, they're so annoying. I already hate them so much, dude. Alright, get me off of there. Is there like a bunch of switches up here? What is this? What is in there, dude? Okay, let's get this time crystal up here. A program to make Game Boy music? Probably, yeah. Okay, that's just gonna get that. Okay, there's something with this bomb. They wouldn't just give it to me. I don't think. I guess I have to drop... Okay, that's exactly what I have to do. That's gonna light up this. Cool. Nice. I like this past and future thing. Fama tracker, that's it. No. You're so annoying. It's gonna make me go back again. Rick, just have people help you with shit. That's what friends are for, dude. Dot, dot, dot. Oh, there's a little man there. Feel bad for asking for help? Well, how are you ever gonna know if you don't ask? The answer is you're not. Seems like you pop up anywhere. I've only seen him pop up everywhere. I've only seen this guy once. I'm dying to tell you it's the discovery of the century. This is a sacred place known as the Temple of Time. I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw a human who lives on the legendary Isle of the Goddess. It looked just like you, bud. An explosion all of a sudden in the entrance. Well, you can see for yourself, bud. Yeah, I think we're getting past this mess. Yeah, it is crazy, Nico. Yeah, that is stinky thinking. Do I have to fucking... Oh. I didn't think you... I just thought you couldn't reflect in this game. God damn it. Damn it! Alright. Alright, Ruppy. I just feel like I'm annoying people. Okay, Rick. See? You're saying okay because you're saying things that aren't making sense, dude. You're not annoying people. You're being ridiculous. God damn it. Swing at me. Oh, you're the worst. Rick, just message everyone on Discord. I'm gonna tell you, all of the people that you know are gonna tell you, yes, I want to help, or no, I don't want to help if they don't want to help you. Whoops. Guys, I still haven't watched that. It's my job to patrol outside the temple. If you want to reach the gate, you'll... Okay, can you please move? It's an Oni plays joke. It's a GTA RP thing they did. I don't think GTA RP is funny. Did you just light up that whole area? Oni peas? Wow. Nah, I love Oni. Nico, you're banned. Past terrain. Unmod him, no! You don't even know me. I don't care. Listen, you motherfuckers. What the fuck was that? Fuck you. Yeah, give me heart. What are you saying? Godsmack reference. Rick should have known it. I believe those lyrics. No! Why wouldn't he get out there? Alright, I'll do it. I'll just close out of OBS. Okay, I think we can hit that just by doing this. Nice. I would have recognized that, Nico, but I wouldn't have known what the fuck it was. Kyle's a bit of a silly man. Yes, it is all motion controlled. Oh yeah. If only you could see the way I'm steering this constantly, Rick. I just don't have to pull it up in the air. Oh, okay, yeah. I do kind of remember that. Oh, so that's a way back. Okay, so technically we could go save right here. Ah, shit. Well, never mind. The motion may seem tough, but it's harder without motion? Wait, what do you mean? Lame chumps. Funny Kyle. Funny Kyle. Goodbye. Yeah, game critiquing Aaron, not so great. Was it? It was worse, Dollard. I can confirm that you'll not be consumed by the quicksand in this current position. What? Why? Oh. Now we're maze boys, huh? How do I place them? Oh. Let's just put these where... Wait, I don't fully understand it yet, though. What? Oh, is this whole thing sand, but you can... Oh. Okay, I see what you're saying. I don't really need beacons for that. Just run straight paths everywhere. Gabe's on the chopping block too? Wow. Why do you call them beacons? I call them deacons. Because it's beacons. We're like bacons. Nico, you're really getting me tonight, brother. I knew there was a crystal man underneath that. Alright, there's a man. There's a seat. I like that Link just sits in this game to get health back. Very good. Let's just take a little rest. The power generator that opens the entrance, but it won't budge until you activate the remote power nodes. Oh boy! Are also present in this area. You can now use your dowsing ability to locate them. Oh no. I feel like I'm cheating on him. I like that, Kyle. Ow. Nico said that I remind him of like his best friend, so. just all got similar qualities. Ah! I'm sure just from him watching you in chat or being to your stream, Nico. I mean, you're a pretty active chatter, brother. You've been on my stream before, too. Why are you sad-facing, Gabe? What's up? Yeah, I feel that, Kyle. Sometimes that's how some friendships be. I never get to fucking see Chase. I've been seeing him a lot more lately, which is nice. But normally I never get to see Chase. I was so happy that he came on the marathon. That made me, like, ecstatic, dude. Yeah. Sounds like me with my buddy Ashton, except I have no girlfriend and never go to events. Me neither. It's okay, Nico. Alright, so we're gonna go in here, I guess. Alright, so this is a way to one of them. Kill my farmer peanut simulator. Come on. Grab him! No! Budapest simulator. Oh, my online buds. Yeah, Nico. I knew it. All Kyles are the same. I just wanted to go to church every day. I would let you, but I'd be like, why did you want to come here? I'm gonna stay home probably. I'll go like once with you, you know? Like all day? I probably wouldn't let you do that because it'd be a waste of money. I'd be like, why would you come here to do that? That's stupid. I would be actually fucking pissed off, Pixel. I'd be fuming mad every morning. Be like, leave me alone. Yeah. Got him. I wouldn't be retired because I don't know what it means. Keeping me hydrated, my mans. Gabe sent a sad face earlier and I said, why did you just send a sad face? And he just never responded, so I don't know really what's going on there. Oh. I sad? What do you mean you're sad? I actually spent all my money? Wait, why? I miss the boys. What do you mean? Don't let me catch you stabbing or fiddling with this device. Well, I got some bad news for you, buddy. The first thing I was gonna do was stab it. I stabbed it in its weird machine vagina. Gabe, what do you mean you never miss the boys? You're usually just chilling at home. You miss the boys? We just talked to you last night! What do you mean? Paid for a good night at the Big Budapest Bodega. Gabe keeps to himself more than I do. But that's not tonight. Wait, what do you mean that's not tonight? I mean, I'm done. Oh, it is 2 a.m. though. Holy fuck. I forget that I end at 2 a.m. It's gonna be like, I only stream for 20 more minutes. Wait, so are we done in here? I guess so. It's supposed to be Georgie? It can double as Georgie. No, it's me. No, it's me crying. No, but he's saying, are you supposed to be more modeled after Georgie? Because I'm sad. Gabe, you're like never, I feel like you're like never sad. You're a pretty positive guy. You used to be sad about stuff, but not really anymore. Is that why I have in mind? But yes. Yeah, it's the little girl from Little Nightmares, but we do love the It movies. Must remove one of his arms. This is sad boy hours? I don't know. Gabe just randomly said I miss the boys. And I was like, huh? I mean, yeah, that's also true, Gabe. You don't even show emotions to me. It's always sad boy hours. True. Guys, me and Gabe have spent hundreds of thousands of hours together, and he never has ever told me whenever he's sad. Kyle, you're better than him, because listen to the sentence I just said. Sometimes you just feel it, you know? I don't know. I'm used to being lonely and depressed, so it's just kind of like a permanent thing for me. Except for when I'm on stream. How the fuck? Did I just walk past that earlier? Or did I never even go up there? I don't know. Kyle. Alright, so I can run straight out here. I can also run straight there. Oh! Dude, Link is getting into it. I'm not even gonna be able to find this temple this stream. This area is huge. Alright. Ah. He shocked a sneeze out of me. Leave me alone, dude. You didn't bring the mood down. I was asking what was up. I was making sure you're fine. I'm genuinely just playing Zelda. Oh, dude, it's here. It's inside this weird Orbulon. I more just get angry, Kyle, because I want to help my friends and they won't let me. Oh. Boy plays Zelda while other boys watch, yeah. It's my Pornhub title. Nico, I feel like whenever you get emotional, you just kind of separate. Or stream. Usually you're pretty good at streaming to get your mind off stuff. Beige. Better than shocking a fart out of you. Just out saw that. Look at all this dust. This place is fucking dusty. Oh my god, Frankie! Yo, Frank, thank you for the raid, brother. What's up, homie? Thank you guys for shouting out Frank. Yo, Frank, what were you working on tonight, my guy? Welcome in, everyone. Pam, Guilty Slug, what's up, guys? I am working on more Zelda games and trying to work my butt off on Skyward Sword here. Mario All-Stars. Oh yeah, that is what you're playing now. Sorry, I forgot. I saw you playing it the other day. God, dude, I don't know what it is about All-Stars. I just can't. Like, I watched you play it for a minute and I was like, God, I can't get into this game. It wasn't even, like, I would still watch you stream it, but personally, I don't know what it is about All-Stars that I just hate so much. But, are you achievement grinding on it or what? Because of the reskin, I think the reskin looks okay. I think I don't like the music. I don't know what it is. There's something about it, Pam. I tried getting into it. Oh, shit. It's unfortunate, because I would love to fuck around with it and play it. And a lot of people really like that version of the game. Ow. Oh my god, please don't drown. I'm in sand, and this sucks. You know what's a good Mario game? Sunshine. It's okay. What's up, Doc? I like that I can pass it for 4 hours and you're still streaming? Oh yeah, man. I'm still here. Sand drowning. Frankie, thank you so much for the raid, brother. Don't hate on Sunshine, you bitch. It's just it's a fine game. I didn't say anything bad about it. You know what I am liking, Frank? This game. This game is amazing. Except for this sand area. The sand area is definitely kind of poop. That's okay. The rest of the game's been really good so far, so. You wanted to say some shit, I could see it in your cold, dead eyes. I would never. Stop getting zapped. I can't even stab him. Oh my god. Drop me health, please. They're kicking my butt. Thank you for all the emojis, Sterl. Unpopular opinion, the best parts of Sunshine are where they... No, that is my opinion as well. Sunshine's one of my faves. Okay, it's a good game, guys. It's a good game. 100%ing it is not fun. 100%ing it is... Oh. It's just not great. I used to be, like, obsessed with it. I loved Sunshine as a kid. Sunshine makes the boys happy. I gotta play Sunshine before summer's over. It's a good game. I played through on stream. I was supposed to 100% it, and I got, like, 80% of the way through, and I was like, oh. I ruined my streak? You're lucky? You ruined your streak. Your wooden shield back? Oh, because this one's metal. I'll play it 100% it? Oh, have fun. As a kid, I'm very young. Yeah. Leave me alone, Pam. The blue coins. There were a few stars at the end of that I could not believe. I was like, wow, you really have to do this? Oh yeah, because somebody already, I think Naf already did it, so don't worry. Naf was the asshole to me tonight. What a surprise. Frickin' Naf. Oh, you guys are throwing in point. Dude, we're gonna end up playing The Sims 1. I haven't played it in so long. Alright. I'm starting to wonder if maybe I'm supposed to turn this timer off. Puzzles, man. Isn't he every night? Fucking Naf. No way, not Naf. Of course not. Ow, dude. Alright. Yeah, maybe this was the move. I hope we can make it to the end here. Oh yeah, we're definitely gonna make it. Beautiful. Alright, we just need to get high ground here. Beautiful. I missed that. What was said about me? Nothing. I got so much shiny Pokemon doing Go Fest. Oh, on Pokemon Go. I was like, wait, what? You're already doing that? What did you all get, Frank? Because of a mess up, they might do it again. Haven't they fucked up like every Pokemon Go Fest every year, Frank? How do they keep doing this? $30 shinies? What the fuck? That's kind of absurd. That's actually like really absurd. That's kind of stupid. Did you and Lauren like go out and about, or were they just popping up in your house? Because I wouldn't doubt that. Yo, check. Oh, God. Oh, shit. No. Wait, what? Why did it say Jack subscribed? Jack gifted a sub? Jack, thank you, dude, for gifting a sub to Crab. I'm here to argue about Dark Souls 2 and give subs, and I'm all out of Dark Souls 2. Oh, boy. Jack got into an argument with me about Dark Souls 2 whenever I was 15 beers deep. It wasn't good. Jack, thank you for gifting a sub, dude. I hope you're doing good today. Now, his argument is for Dark Souls, QWERTY, so don't worry. Or for Dark Souls 2. Oh my god. You have to drink potion. Oh, we only have one left? Oh no, dude. I'm terrible! Just get up. I'm gonna get zapped. Okay. This, you know what? I bet we genuinely just have to carry this with him, don't we? I should have known. I should have known. Now I feel really dumb. God damn it, man. You completely skipped my point. No, your point was that you had a conspiracy theory that the B team didn't exist. And I was like, where's your proof on that? And then those were the two things that we argued back and forth for like an hour. And I was like, why is this happening? Wanna know how amazing Lauren is? I already know how amazing she is, but yes, tell me. Oh, I didn't make it! He's gonna zap. Oh, this area, man. For my birthday, she bought me a new gaming chair, a stream deck, and a new green screen. Holy shit, dude. She decked you out. That's awesome, Frank. Those some big upgrades, baby. Also, you got the new mic recently. Big shit, dude. That's awesome. Lauren's the best. You'll have to add a bunch of stuff to that stream deck, dude. You can play around with it and do so much with it. Sorry, Nap. I think Lauren's already taken. So make up for showing your password on stream. Oh, no. How did that happen? Thanks for the well wishes. I got temp fired today because... Ah, shit, dude. Yeah, that's happening to a lot of people I know right now, man. Sucks. She's doing RA now? Oh, shit. She should play Alfred Chicken first? Yeah, Jack, I'm sorry to hear that, dog. She's gonna knock Frank down the RA list. We'll see about that. Frank's pretty consistent at getting those fucking retro achievements, man. Frank's got a high score now. Alright, where do we gotta go next? Somewhere way over there. Dude, we're gonna want more potions for next time. Oh, God. So, we've got those two done. There's an X there. Seems like where it's pointing. Frank is stubborn, not skilled. Why can't he be both? Quit being so rude, Naff, you big rude man. Because you know Frank? Yeah, I know Frank. Frank is like one of the nicest people I've ever met. He's kind of an asshole, but he's also the nicest guy I've ever met. He's an asshole when he wants to be. But he never actually means it. He just likes fucking with you. And you gambled out that I don't have work. How don't you dare, Jack. I'll draw you a card in a second here, buddy. Oh, shit. Oh, I regret going this way. We literally had a shortcut back. Oh, I regret all of this. No, yeah, we're not redoing this. We're gonna walk back. Naff, I'm seeing all talk, but I'm not seeing any footage of it. Show me proof. I can't beat Ninja Gaiden. I've never even beaten Ninja Gaiden once still. I get to the fucking final boss every time and just give up. Alright, let me draw a card for you right now. If it's low, Jack, I'm gonna be really sad. No, it wasn't low, though. It was actually quite high. You got a king. Beano stock. Yeah, you can thank Dan for that. He did it 5 times at the very beginning. Now Naf wants to gamble. I put an amount of beans hoping that we could use them throughout the stream, but chat just uses all of them at the beginning, and then the rest of the stream nobody can use them. It's fucked up. Did I tell you I'm going to a Cartoon Network meeting tomorrow? What? Cartoon Network meeting tomorrow? No, Rick, you did not. What do you mean? Did I ever even put my sword in this? I don't think I did. I just looked at it. I think we need all of them done, though. Maybe. Oh, that's cool, Rick. No, you didn't tell me about that. Did you say you want me to ban Dan? I'm just mad at him. I'm mad at him for redeeming all the beans immediately. Alright, there's no water left in that. Alright, Naf. What are you getting? The devil's number. Alright. This game would be perfect for the Switch. I think it deserves a remake now. If they just had updated textures and everything, and in high definition, that'd be really nice. Okay. So, now we need to see where we are supposed to go. Okay, are they all 3 set? How will I know which one is the right way? Trial and error? I'm very confused by this. Oh, okay. I don't think I'm actually done. There's probably one more that I have to do. Yeah, there is. Oh! Okay. I assume there were probably 3, as Nintendo likes to do things. Oh, another time crystal. Beautiful. This area is really neat. It's just, holy shit, it's fucking long. I feel like I've been here for 3 hours. Oh, sick. Okay, this isn't a whole dungeon. It just gives this one to you. That's very nice. If I had to do a whole nother dungeon, that would have been maybe a little too long. That's what the volcano felt like. The volcano is pretty long too, but... So this game has like these huge sections before the temples, and then you get to the temple finally. That's an interesting setup. What's up, Grant? A porn Patreon? Oh no. Yep, that's where I'm going. Now that I have all three of them, I can do this. Alright, a report. Oh. Lightning top. Oh, okay. Okay, but how do I turn them separately? Or do I just have to do... Water or fire was bottom right. What are your three favorite colors? Blue, purple, and... Shit, I don't know that I have a third. Blue and purple are my two favorite colors. Third favorite color? Shit, I don't know, man. Okay, I don't know, that's hard. Blue, purple, and fucking like a hot pinkish, I guess. Just very neon-y colors. Thank you, Rick. Mod powers for me to power trip win. The way I have my mod set up is whoever is in the top 10 for most hours in my stream. Why? What'd you need to know it for, right? You working on something? What you doing over there? He likes the buy flag. It is those three colors, doesn't it? It's good colors. Wait a second, this is not what just opened. I told you I'd make it. Oh, sorry, I must have fucking missed it. Oh shit, Grant's working on something. You'll see? Okay. Oh yeah, this is a big boy dungeon entrance. That's actually the three colors I picked. Yeah, that's pretty good. I like a lighter blue than that, though. I kind of like the, trans flag more. Trans people got the better flag. It's a cool little tune. Yeah, that flag's good looking. I mean, that's two of my favorite colors as well. Meow, meow, meow. Well, this will be fun next time. We're right at another dungeon, so... Now, next time we play, we'll be ready to go. I can't believe I've been streaming for 6 hours. Jesus, thank you guys, everyone, for all the love today. I got lots of raids today, man. For all the resubs, gift subs, shit like that. Thank you guys so much. You sure you want to quit? Yeah. It's like a sunset. Oh yeah, that's cool. Alright, dude. What the fuck even are these? We don't even know what these are yet. These could be 5 more dungeons. There's... oh my god, dude. What is all this? I mean, I know what these are, but, like, at the same time, what? This game is long as shit. I can just tell already. It's progress. I mean, I got a dungeon done and all the side stuff, or the entrance to the desert done. That took forever. We've been playing this for 10 hours already, and it looks like we haven't gotten anywhere. That's alright. That's how Zelda works. This is only stream 2 of it, so we're making good progress. Welcome to the game. It's a long boy. It's a long boy game. Can I please click the right input? A long way to go. That's what I'm hearing. And that's what it's looking like, for sure. Now I can see it, how long it is, just by looking at that menu. Okay. Everybody that hung out with me tonight and everyone who showed me love, thank you so much for everything. Don't talk in my ear, Fi, please. Thank you guys so much. This is just Monday, dude. We got a whole week of streams lined up. Tomorrow I am playing GoldenEye. I'm playing GoldenEye tomorrow. I completely forgot. It was Hampy's game pick on my list. And since it's so hard to plan times with Hampy, I'm just going to play it and say, hey man, I'm playing it. I always save the VODs, so I'll keep in touch with him and let him know. Now we have to raid somebody. Oh boy. I'd give her my Skyward sword. Gino is streaming. Is Gino shipping it up? Oh my god, he is. He's only been going for 6 minutes. Yeah, I don't remember whenever. Yeah, look at that Gordo emote. Thanks for hanging out, guys. Okay, we're gonna raid Gino frickin' Garen. One of the nicest men I've ever met. Guys, please say hi to Gino. Throw him some love if you got a second. I know it's very late. He is playing this VR game called Elite Dangerous, where you fly around space and go to all these planets and shit. It's like No Man's Sky if it was a lot better. And he's got this whole setup. It's like he's actually manning a ship. It's awesome. So, Gino AF, and then a heart or a Purce cheers if you have it. Something in line with this. Throw some love Gino's way. Thank you guys for everything. Love you. I'll see you tomorrow at 8 p.m. Good night.